Live coverage of the Alabama Bass Trail is presented by AmFirst Credit Union and sponsored by Phoenix Boats, Landers McClarty Chevrolet, McGraw-Webb Chevrolet, Jax, Garmin, Rapala, VMC, Crush City, Pro Guide Batteries, Mountain Dew, American Bait Works, TH Marine, and FishAlabama.org.
Welcome to the third stop of the Alabama Bass Trail North Division, Neely Henry Lake, Gadsden, Alabama. 225 boats registered for this event back in August, and today we take off here at Neely Henry Lake. As most of you know, it was a very tragic week in the state of Alabama. Suffered a boating accident up on Smith Lake. 3 people lost their lives there. So before we do the national anthem, which is how we always start the Alabama Bass Trail, we are going to bow our heads and take a moment of silence to remember and to honor those who lost their lives this week. Thank y'all. As we do with every Alabama Bass Trail tournament, please stand up, remove your hats, and let's pay our honor to our soldiers serving our country here and around the world by the playing of our national anthem. All right, here we go. Boat number 1, Lance Whitaker and Jeremy Briscoe. I see you guys, you're free to release. Boat number 2, John Brown and Trey Sorrells. Boat number 3, Jim Barnett and Scott Russell. Boat number 4, Roman Calvert and Shannon Calvert. Boat number 5, Brent Crow and Jimmy Mason. No way they're here on time. I be dang. I be dang. Boat number 6, Ash Goja and Danny Pettis. Boat number 7, Paul Ernest and Chris Swindle. Boat number 8, Weston Hardiman and Andrew Bradford. Boat number 9, Jason Henson and Michael Jones. Boat number 10, Jackie Jones and Donald Jones. That's a lot of Joneses right there. That's keeping up with the Joneses. Boat number 11, Packy Lawrence and Jeremy Holden. Boat number 12, Sam Long and Jason Atkins. Boat number 13, Michael McLaurin and Jordan Boyd. Thank you, guys. Boat number 14, they've got a win here on this pond. Mitch Mitchell and Candler McCollum. Boat number 15, Philip Nunley and Robin Erb. 2-time winners on Neely Henry Lake. Boat number 16, Lee Pitts and Steve Engel. Boat number 17, Don Privet and Bruce Summers. Boat number 18, Chuck Stevens and Dale Stevens. See you guys. Boat number 19, Jeff Seabolt and David Seabolt. Boat number 20, Clifton Bates and Daniel Heidegger. Boat number 21, Dalton Spears and Chris Spears. Boat number 22, Anthony Vitson and Will Phillips. Boat number 23, Jonathan Weathers and Tim Partridge. Boat number 24, Todd Beatty and Ethan McDonald. Last boat in this flight, Chris Blackwood and Larry Melvin. I see you guys. Good morning, Mr. Pitts. Boat number 26, William Carter and Chuck Medley. Boat number 27 is not here today. Boat number 28, Ron Cameron and Stephen Wood. Boat number 29, Joshua Fordham and Joey Nance. Boat number 30, Brett Harold and Tyler Smart. Boat number 31, Tony Keefe and Brian Gregory. Boat number 32, Shane Mears and James Mears. Boat number 33, Bob Power and J.D. Garrison. Boat number 34, Lucas Smith and Dalton Mize. 35, Lance Walker and Cole Walker. I see you guys. Boat number 36, Jimmy Wilson and Brian Holcomb. 37, Kevin Whaley and Kyler Whaley. I see you guys. Boat number 38, Tim Thornberry and Tyler Thornberry. Boat number 39, J.J. Atwell and Steve Fultz. Boat number 40, Brandon Blackwood and Clint Blackwood. Skipping boat 41, going to 42, Trey Doust and Justin Doust. Boat number 43, Mike Fitzpatrick and Gary Fitzpatrick. I see you guys. Boat number 44, Philip Dukes and Bailey Dukes. Boat number 45, Alan Hayes and Danny Bishop, former winners on the Alabama Bass Trail. Boat number 46, Jay Kendrick and Chuck Hughes. 47, Ben Lakey and Jordan McGehee. Boat number 48, Dylan Merritt and Lindsay Merritt. See you guys and ladies. Boat number 49, William Lynn and Donna Lynn. I see you, Donna. Boat number 50, last boat in this flight, Ashley Peebles and Anthony Wiley. I see you guys. Boat number 51, Jack Pratt and Nick Pratt. 52, Philip Sprayberry and Gary Holmes. Boat number 53, Wesley Sams and Craig Daniel. Boat number 54, Matt Van Meter and Mo Moyer. Boat number 55, Nathaniel Bradley and Chase Parnell. Boat 56, Craig Childers and Nikki Taylor. Boat number 57, David Cagle and Gary Bates. 58, Jeremy Doss and Johnny Albritton. 59, Taylor Galt and Randall Barnard. Boat number 60, Jerry Hartline and Robin Vaughn. I see you guys. Boat number 61, Michael Hood and Rocco Samari. Boat number 62, Jamie Toon and Hunter Baldwin. Boat number 63, Wayne Isaac and John Paulk. Thank you. Boat number 64, Lawrence Judd and Preston Judd. See you. Boat number 65, John Kellett and Robert Story. 66, Jake Bice and Briar Chambers. 67, Jeff Cannon and Marty Colley. Boat number 68, Sean Camp and Craig C. 69, Matthew Campbell and Michael Campbell. Thank you, guys. Boat number 70, Robert Erett and Mike Russell. I see. Boat number 71, Michael Doty and Johnny Andrews. Boat number 72, Drew Hicks and Wesley Webster. Boat number 73, Bill Hamlin and Lester Jenkins. Boat number 74, Lisa Johnson and Mike Johnson. I see you guys and ladies. Boat number 75, last boat in this flight, Sean Lawley and Logan Lawley. There you go. Let them get past us. Boat number 76, Alan McCoy and Tim McCoy. I see you guys. Boat number 77, Stephen Malborski and Donia Young. Boat number 78, Tommy Petrosky and Barry Holbert. 79, Scott Norman and Todd Norman. Boat number 80, Timothy Campbell and Richie Todd. Boat number 81, Charles Estes going out solo today. Boat number 82, Blake Hawkins and Josh Clark. They won this event in 2024. Four-time winners on the Alabama Bass Trail. Boat number 83, Stephen McAvoy and Josh Butts. Boat number 84, Harry Payton II and Harry Payton. Boat number 85, Bobby Sharber and Jeff Preza. They've got a win here on this pond and weighed at 829, I believe it. Boat number 86, Benji Seaborn and Jonathan Seaborn. Boat number 87, Danny Shell and Anthony Land. I see you guys. Boat number 88, Mark Singleton and Lee Jolly. Boat number 89, Zachary Taylor and Josh Austin. Boat number 90, Barry Vest and Dustin McDaniel. Boat number 91, Garrett Booth and Philip Booth. Boat number 92, Braxton Cups and Jeff Arledge. Boat number 93, Chris Duckett and Donovan Williams. Boat number 94, Zeke Gossett and Ethan King. Boat number 95, Delano Green and Delano Green Jr. Boat number 96, Chad Hall and Ryan Hall. Boat number 97, Sean Hornbuckle and Barry Morris. Boat number 98, Heath Kelly and Kevin Breimer. Boat number 99, Brian Huffstutler and Stephen Morrow. And the last boat in this flight, boat number 100, Eric Morris and Randy Tolbert. Boat number 101, Roland Liverett and Michael Smith. 102, Waylon Mullis and Jeff Fansler. 103, Teron Prince and Ivan Limley. Boat number 104, Daryl Newman and Isaac Perkins. Good luck, guys. Boat number 105, Tom Taylor and Russ Reynolds. Boat number 106, Greg Tomlin and Jeremy Tomlin. Boat number 107, Jordan Wiggins and Steve Jake Hughes. Boat number 108, Billy Adcock and Darian Kyle. Boat number 109, Lee Brown and LJ Brown. I think LJ won a tournament here a couple weeks ago. Boat number 110, Walker Brown and Sloan Pennington. Boat 111, William Darby and John Greenwood. Boat number 112, Jake Gibson and Michael Gibson. They are your winners from Lake Gunnersville. 58 bags over 20 pounds, and these guys did it the best. Boat number 113, Hunter Davidson and Bryant Fikes, currently leading the AOY race. Boat number 114, Craig Gibson and Matt Ferguson. Hunter Davidson and Bryant Fikes. Boat number 115, Danny Hurd and Fisher Hurd. Boat number 116, Justin Lane and Luke Mason. 117, Brian Johnson and Brandon Gross. Boat number 118, Dennis Miller and Anthony Gay. 119, Danny Long and Kevin Fallon. Boat 120, Scott Myers and Ryan Myers. 121, Tracy Robinson and Dustin Robinson. Boat number 122, William Nichols and Jake Young. 123, Gary Thacker and Carter Woodall. 124, Jeremy Sanders and Kelly Treese. Boat 125, Jonathan Vincent and Wyatt Brown. Boat number 126, Jason Wisenat and Tim Baker. Boat number 127, Mike Young and Mel Kennedy. Boat 128, Damian Willis and Tyler Kiker. Knock him in the head, Tyler. Boat number 129, Donnie Beck and Tony Harvey. Boat 130, Michael Briggs and Cody Kodra. 131, Ty Cox and Cameron Gauntney. 132, Joshua Campbell and Kevin Hollingsworth. 133, Matthew Fincher and Jacob Kimbrough. Boat 134, Elliot Galt and Austin Swindle. 135, Tim Griffith and David Ayers. 136, Vance Hines and Tim Hines. Boat number 137, Nathan Harbison and Charlie Harbison. Boat number 138, Kent Keys and Davey Campbell. Good luck. Be safe.
What camera are you on?
Boat number 139, Raleigh Johnson and Ryan Haney. Boat number 140, Devin Mobbs and Brock Lawley. Boat number 141, Phil Mansell and Frank Macklin. See you guys.
I got a better shot if I can turn around.
142, Connor Morris and Preston Morris.
Wait, sir.
143, Johnny Patterson and Tom Messer. Boat 144, Alan Renner and Tristan Renner. Boat 145, Donnie Story and Denver Satterley. Boat number 146, Dylan Singleton and Chris Allen. 147, Harold Wells and Harold Wells III. 148, Shannon Thomas and Shane Kent. 149, Michael Woolley and Kyle Llewellyn. And the last boat in this flight, boat number 150, Ben Yarber and Jody Scrimpture. Boat number 151, Adam Brown and Greg Diggs. They've got a win here on this pond. Boat number 152, they won on Gunnersville last year. Boat number 152, coming off a big Toyota Series win, Fisher Anaya and Ryan Anaya. Your 2024 Anglers of the Year in the North Division and overall, boat 153, Justin Bussey and Ben Webb. 154, Austin Foster and Joseph Day. Boat 155, Kenneth Grover and Bob Blackerby. Boat number 156, Parker Hamill and Jeff Hamill. Boat number 157, Travis Hill and Roger Comer. Boat 158, Stephen Kirby and Nathan Kirby. Good luck, Coach. Boat number 159, Hunter Eichert and James Eichert. Boat 160, Drake Luter and Tyler Wagnon. Good luck, guys. 161, Jason Metz and Candace Metz. Got you guys. And ladies. Boat number 162, Gavin Moy and Luke Gerald. 163, Dean Nelson and Dwayne Nelson. 164, Mitch Rollins and Jackson Rollins. 165, Caleb Swain and Houston Calvert. Boat number 166, Alex Ross and Randy Ross. Coming off I believe a second place finish at Lake Gunnersville, 167, Cole Wade and Donnie Wade. Where's Mr. Donnie? I see him over there. Good morning, Mr. Donnie. Boat number 168, Dylan White and Jared Kowalik. See you guys. Boat number 169, did Winston finally make his appearance? No! Oh my gosh! Lucas Wright and Donald Wright. Good luck, guys. Boat number 170, they won here in a championship on the Alabama Bass Trail, and I think they had a big win last week. Boat number 170, Adam Bain and Chris Colley. Former winners on the Alabama Bass Trail. Boat number 171, Chris Britton and Eric Springer. 172, Ricky Campbell and Russell Silvers. Boat 173, Logan Chittum and Jacob McNary. We always talk about curveballs. Jacob can throw a couple curveballs, just saying. All right, boat number 174, Ethan Franklin and Steve Wilson. Boat number 175, James DeMoss and Eric Fuller. Last boat in that flight. Boat number 176, Delton Gregory and Dexton Gregory. I see you. Boat 177, Brett Harp and Brady Harp. I see you guys. Good luck. Boat number 178, Barry Hubbard and Jason McCullers. 179, Scott Lentz and Drew Thornton. Boat number 180, Bradley Jones and Brooks Goza. Boat number 181, Mark McKegg and Tim Hurst, three-time winners on the Alabama Bass Trail. Boat 181, Sam Moody and Ray Battles Jr. Good luck, guys. They say they're the oldest team out here. I'm not sure about that. Maybe, I don't know. You look 29 to me, Sam. Boat number 183, James Myers and Mark Waits. 184, Britt Perry and Chris Hargrove. Boat 185, Terry Square, Terry Pryor and Terry Mann. There they go. Boat number 186, Nolan Spencer and Jonathan Reese. Still got that power T on there, yep. Yep. Never learn, never learn, never learn. Boat number 187, Charlie Steele and Logan Steele. Boat 188, Dylan Tucker and Greg Tucker. They've had some good finishes on this pond. Boat number 189, Kevin Westmoreland and Spencer Graves from the Spencer Graves radio show. Boat number 190, Chad Wilson and Hunter Wilson. Boat number 191, Rob Wright and Samuel Fowler. 192, Ryan Adcock and Jonathan Marsh. These guys are in that top 5 in the Angler of the Year points right now. 193, Hunter Brewer and Nathan Brewer. Did you hear how country I said angler? Whew. Anyway, boat number 194, Derek Coughlin and Jeffrey Kuvalon.
Sounded like somebody from Hatton.
Somebody from Hatton, Alabama right there. Boat number 195, Justin Buckles and Chad Jones. 196, Dustin Formby and Jonathan Prater. 197, Hunter Gilbert and Adam Carter. Boat 198, Will Grisham and Andrew Fikes. Boat number 199, they got a win earlier this year in the first stop of the Alabama Bass Trail. Boat number 199, Blake Hall and Jeremy Lamb. But last boat in this flight, boat number 200, Randy Hobbs and Mark Sedvidson. God, I hope I didn't butcher that too bad. Boat number 201, David Kyle and Scott Callahan. Boat number 202, Wendell Eisen and Richard Eisen. I see you guys. Boat number 203, Bill Mayo and Walt Roberts. Boat number 204, Roy Morgan and Larry Freeman. There they are. Boat number 205, Jonathan Post and Timothy Felder. 206, Joe Newmans and Jeremiah Sparks. I see you guys. Boat number 207, Jamie Starnes and Ricky Fowler. Thank you, guys. Boat 208, Jacob Scrimshire and Caleb Fisk. 209, Keith Van and Jeremy Jones. 210, Stephen West and Wendell Edgell. Boat number 211, Eric White and Adam Fleeman. Boat number 212, Marty Wilson and Brian Mitchell. Boat number 213, boat number 213, Alan Branham and Gene Branham. Boat number 214, Alan Barrett and Tyler Caldwell. Dude, that's sweet. That's a sweet ride. That's a sweet ride. I had to see it. 215, Christian Clemens and Michael Larkin. Boat number 216, Isaac Duncan and Rudy Worley. Boat number 217 in the Dukes of Hazzard boat, Preston Henson and Adam Lynn. Boat number 218, Philip Harrell and Clint Gilbertson, former winners on the Alabama Bass Trail. Boat number 219, Luke Kyle and Arch Cornett. Won a boat in a tagged fish on Lake Gunnersville during our tournament up there. I'm never that lucky. Boat number 220, Greg Jones and Larry McNeil. Boat number 221, Joel Mayfield and Tally Mayfield. I see you. Boat number 222, Matthew Roberts and Terry Roberts. And Mr. I'm looking for breakfast. Boat number 223, Trip Nugent and Morel Deering. Lord, I need to turn my paper. Boat number 224, Jamie Smith and Michael Raines. Woo-woo! And the last boat in this flight, the person we've all been waiting on. Boat number 225, John Watwood and Shane Barrett. Whoop, whoop. I know, and I have a migraine. All right, guys, that does it right there. Go out and catch them. That does it. 225 boats here at Neely Henry Lake, Gadsden, Alabama. As you can see in the background, the city of Gadsden. We've got Jason, Luke, Darian out on the water. They're going to give you their pre-tournament bait predictions, and then we'll see what they've got out on the water. So, guys, y'all take it away. Darian, you're up.
All right, well, we're out here on Neely, and I honestly got the best seat in the house this morning because we're in a little narrow pocket, and we've got boat number 12 here to the right. They've already caught 2 fish this morning, and I bet one of them gets weighed in. That was a pretty good one. And then over here we got Fisher and Ryan Anaya already getting started, and look, we're holding the iPads. This is one thing we'll go over throughout the day, but we're holding the iPads, and they've got around 40 trackers out on the lake. These trackers are obviously the anglers who are out on the water. So if you're watching live and you've got one of your favorite anglers, whether it's husband, cousin, brother, uncle, wife, comment their name in the comments below. We'll try to see if we can get myself, Jason Duran, or Luke Duncan out to those people. Basically, we just zoom right in and see right where they're at, and we can run over to them. So comment their names below, and we'll do our best to cover them today. And look, honestly, I'm waiting on Jason and Luke to get on this live so we can do our bait predictions. Y'all here yet? Or am I just solo right now? Okay, well me and Jason just waiting. I know what my pick's gonna be. I've known this all week. Are we waiting on Luke Duncan?
I got my pick right here ready too, so.
I've got my
kind of
pick
hold
ready.
it in the secret till we get Luke here.
I don't want to talk
give
about
it
my
away,
pick either
'cause
right now.
if I give it away, then Luke will say that was his idea. So,
Well, here's what I could imagine that Luke's watching us right now on live, and he's just listening in. Luke, are you here?
oh, I think he's here. I think he's here.
Buddy, I've been
Luke,
here.
where you been?
I've been here. I've been ready. I've been up since like 3:30 this morning, ready to roll. Where have y'all been?
Yeah. That's what they all say. That's what they all say. Well, for everyone who's watching, this is the third stop of the Alabama Bass Trail North on Neely Henry. Every single event, me, Luke, and Jason pick our top baits that we think it's going to take, or that's going to be the best fish catching baits of the day. And look, for me, I went fishing yesterday all day and caught a bunch of fish. I went to a pay-to-fish place. I caught them on a wacky rig all day, and I just have a good feeling that the pig stick by Crush City is going to be the bait to use. It's their version of a Cinco, but look at this action. I'm not even barely, I mean, you can barely move your hand, and that thing's just whomping around. So I'm going to go pig stick, Crush City, wacky rigged, green pumpkin blue is probably going to be my pick. Maybe just pitching around the grass edges and shaking it a little bit. Luke Duncan, what do you think?
I feel like that's a safe pick. I feel like that's a safe pick, Darian. I like that. A wacky rig will definitely play today. But for me, it's bug season. You know, got those fish spawning. You got the fish around the grass, around wood. A bronco bug by Crush City, or this little rage bug, Strike King rage bug. Something in that creature bait family Texas rig today, I think will take home the trophy at the end of the day. What about you, Duran?
You know, we come off Gunnersville where we had 58 bags, over 20 pounds. We're coming here today. You know, we're not going to have 58 bags over 20 pounds. We're going to have 20 pounds probably, but the guys are going out today looking for a hog. And when you're looking for a hog, you know what you go with? The Game Hog. The Game Hog, watermelon red. I'm giving up the juice today. I've only got 3 of them left. So if anybody's looking for Strike King Game Hog, a bait I actually use, guys. Y'all just pull them out of the box. I actually use these, okay?
Come on.
Hey, to be fair,
So
this is my last bronco bug in this boat. Last bronco bug in the boat, buddy. Talk about using
You're
them. This
going
is the
with
last
the
one.
bronco bug in the boat because you got them out of the clearance bin and you dropped half of them in the parking lot.
This
gonna be a
bag's been
fun one out
weathered.
there today,
It's been
boys.
in my boat. All right, let's go fishing.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, so look, as I said behind me, we got the Anayas. I actually need to shut up. They're probably really annoyed how loud I just was for that. But the Anayas are now power poled down. And then, like I said, we just got another boat right here, and we watched them this morning catch 2 right off the rip. And if y'all want to know the dead honest truth, I'd love to tell a little quick story, Kenny. Yesterday, I told them that I went fishing. There's a pay-to-fish place in Alabama, so you can pay $100 and something bucks, and you just catch a lot of fish. But I actually used all my pig sticks yesterday at Triple D Ranch where I was fishing at. So I had to get these from Fisher this morning in the parking lot before we did this segment because I caught so many fish on it yesterday. I had to get a whole new pack. And that's the truth. I don't know if they got one on bed here. I would imagine that's what's going on, but they're not really looking at it. They're looking at each other. They're kind of fishing it as if they might have had a good bite here on this point in practice, not like it's a bed fish. Like a lot of times they're both throwing some sort of like, I know Ryan looks like he's throwing a lizard and Fisher is throwing some sort of creature bait plastic, but they're fishing
Guys,
it like
what's your
really
boat
slow,
number?
almost like they had bites here in practice, not just not fishing
How we
a
gonna
bed
do it today?
fish, per se.
Probably can't hear me.
Did you just get ignored?
Well, they did just catch a fish. Guys, what's your boat number? Your boat number. 47. 47. Bidden, Lakey, and Jordan McGee. Got another fish. Caught one already. It was kind of short. Got another one kind of short.
Jason, I must admit, normally we do that bait pick not live. And that way, in case we mess up or we need to do a retake of some sort, we can do that. But we did this thing live this morning and knocked it out first try. I'm not gonna lie, we did pretty dang good.
I mean, yeah, we hadn't even seen each other this morning. So, I mean, I'm sure your hair's all pretty and you're all looking good this morning, but I was a little sluggish. Did you know that I got to the ramp this morning early, got up at 3 o'clock, and I still feel like I'm late. You know, I don't know what's going on. It's just sluggish today.
Well, to tell you the truth, I feel like I'm late, but it's probably because I probably was late. I am normally late. So I also, Jason, I fished yesterday. I can't wait to tell you the story. You finish yours because that's way more important.
Well, I'm just saying we're sitting here at the bridges, and you know, this is where everybody has to kind of do the no wake deal, and we backed in and just kind of power pulled down because we took off pretty quick this morning just trying to get down here, and felt like for a moment we were like the Popo running radar here because we backed in and power pulled down, and I was like, everybody did great this morning. Everybody slowed down for the no wake zone, and you know, I just felt like I was backed in and being the Popo though, and they were all watching like, okay, I see you over there. So no, everybody did good. We're just sitting here, beautiful morning.
Well, I was saying on my story earlier, we went to a pay to fish. Oh, Fisher and I with a swing and a miss, strike one. See if he can redeem himself.
Hey, you said pay to fish. Is that where they like bait your hook for you and everything? Is that kind of that pay to fish deal?
Yeah. So here's the deal.
Have your rods on the deck. Have your rods on the deck already.
So you pay money, and basically you got people that'll hook your worm on for you. They'll tie your knots for you. They'll actually feed you a sandwich for you if you need that. A chauffeur service. Chauffeur service. Morning, Luke Duncan.
Morning, buddy. Down here from Canoe Creek. We are on the lower end of Neely. We caught up with Brett Harrell and Tyler Smart. And we're buzz baiting and swimming a jig, and we've seen a couple misses from them since we got here, but not a fish in the boat yet. But they haven't been here long. Kind of a little bit of a poke from Coosa Landing to Canoe. So.
Yeah, it's a little poke down there.
A lot of teams starting to settle in down here, though, as you can imagine. Very popular area. But they're just standing on the trolling motor, swimming the jig a little bit on a buzz bait. There's a little bit of grass starting to pop up. You know, the water's still looks like to be about a foot off the summer pool, which you know as well as anybody. You fish this place a lot. A foot of water makes a big difference on Neely Henry.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, big time.
A little slow dragging down here.
Well, I wanted to start, I don't necessarily wanted to start, but since we've got Fisher here, I wanted to, if we've got so many people watching live, it says like 59 on Facebook and 100 or so on YouTube. This guy in the front, he's on the right side wearing the camo, just won a Toyota Series on Kentucky Lake. And basically, from what I read, I haven't actually talked to him about it. From what I read, he basically figured this sucker out in the tournament and won. And didn't have a ton of experience here, a ton of practice. So let's fill this comment section with joy and just pure happiness this morning for Fisher by saying congratulations to Fisher. And
Dan, did you say
here's
you want
what
a
I'll do.
Toyota?
I mean,
Did you say you want a
think
Toyota?
that's what he won. I think that's what he
Like
won,
a truck?
right?
Like a truck?
No, okay, I see what you're saying. I was going to call it Costa at first, and then I realized they changed the name. He won a Toyota Series bass fishing tournament, which is,
Got it. Okay.
I don't know, I guess equivalent to
So
the
he didn't-
Opens.
There you go.
He
Good
did
job.
not win a Toyota Tundra. He did not win a Toyota Tundra.
Okay. Because he could have gone by like Bill Penny and won. I didn't know if you were saying that.
No. But let's do this. For anyone who comments, congratulations, Fisher. We'll throw him a pack of Crush City pig sticks right here, and mooch minnows, because he's our own mooch minnow guy. So we'll throw in a pack of Crush City Customs. We'll pick one winner.
See, Darian, I feel like you're sucking up right now, hoping that Fisher will give you some secret, soon-to-be
I know,
releasing
like-
ICAST Crush City bait out of his boat. It's what I feel like's going on right now. But a
See?
huge congrats to Fisher
I'm trying
indeed.
to get on them. I'm trying to get on them Fisher and custom rod series as well. I'm trying to get on.
You know, speaking of the Anayas, this is a lake that tends to not suit them very well over the years. Self-admitted.
Correct.
So it'll be interesting to see. And they're in the points race for the AOI after a couple of events, and certainly fishing well. But yeah, they're not fans of Neely Henry normally. So it'll be interesting to see what they pull out today.
Luke, that actually brings up a really good point. One
hooked up.
year.
Oh,
no,
reel fell
how
off the
big?
rod. Oh, here we go. We're hand lining. Let's go. Let's go. All right.
Oh no.
This is what we're talking about, boys. Come on. I love a hot mess in the morning. Let's go. Come on. Yeah, here we go. In the boat. All right, that was a pro move. The reel slipped off the rod. That's one way to get us started on ABT Live this morning, boys. Thank goodness it wasn't a 5-pounder. Reel slipped off the rod on the hook set. Fish just smokes the bait on top. He said, all that for that. Gonna be their first keeper, looks like. But holy cow, we had a hand lining, turned into a fist fight quick. Sorry, boys, that was about as fun as it gets right there. For us, I don't know about for Harold and Smart.
No, there's nothing that
Pretty
beats
fun for us
there's
and the
nothing that
folks at
beats the
home.
reel falling off the rod. There's nothing that
I
beats
mean,
the
when he
reel
set the
falling
hook,
off
the reel was just gone. I thought the rod broke for a second. I was like, why is there so much slack all of a sudden? And then I saw the reel. Oh, he said the reel, the handle on the little part that attaches to your rod there. I don't even know what we call that officially.
Reel foot.
Reel foot is what Team Luke and Jared member Jared just said. The reel foot broke, snapped, shattered. So.
Can we ask him what kind of brand
All right,
reel
I'll
he
calm
has
down.
and make sure we don't buy those?
No, we're not asking. Yeah, we're not asking that. No, hey, it was a healthy hook set. I'll just tell you.
Well,
He
you
might
got them
break
two in the boat.
any reel.
Brett Harrell
Real
set the hook
seat.
now.
We'll see. He said it. All right, I'll calm down. Had some caffeine this morning. That happened right out of the jump. Sorry if I blew your ears out. That was just one of the greatest things I've seen on ABC Live in a couple years of doing this, guys. So apologize. Looking back at that right now, you can say just that it turned into a fist fight. Like I said, really quick. He was quick to react on that. Bring that fish to the boat for number one for Harold and Smart. You're living right when you land one like that. there were so many cool things about that. There was a great topwater blow up, and then all heck broke loose. But
So
Action
you were
packed
saying
is
that
what you
about
call it.
Fisher and you were saying about Fisher and Ryan that this lake doesn't suit them well, and that's also self-admitted. We're not just talking about them, but I remember the year that good years in a row. They had a couple good years in a row, and they had Neely on the schedule, and Neely also does not per se suit their style of fishing very well either. And they had a chance to win. I don't know, Kay could fact check us in a little while. I don't know if this is the same year they won Angler of the Year or not, but they were in the running for Angler of the Year a couple of years in a row, but then actually won Neely. And so it's funny that, you know, these guys who are the top level guys of this local fishing scene, the ABT fishing scene, like they're just gonna figure it out. And that's the kind of the cool thing about this. Even though it doesn't necessarily fit Fisher and Ryan's style, I'd be curious to see what happens by the end of the day if they can put something together.
well, I think a lot can be said when you're on a roll, you're on a roll too, right? No matter
Yeah.
what body of water you throw in front of you. And Fisher's been catching them all over the country this year in the opens. He's leading the points.
Everywhere we go.
Everywhere we go. Catches.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, dude's like, it's ridiculous. Well, I watched his
Having a heck of a year.
sponsorship video. I watched his sponsorship video for Crush City yesterday, and they posted like this really nicely edited video. And he said, he's like, in 8th grade, I started fishing the school tournaments, and I couldn't get a win that year. But then my next year, I had 4 wins, and I had 5 wins, and I had 4 wins, and I had 6 wins, and I had 5 wins. It's like, that was the rest of his years of high school, and I was like, golly.
Which was last year. He graduated high school last year.
Yeah.
Well, while we're talking about guys not doing well, or not calling this their favorite place to win and then turning around and winning, I was going to save it for later, but do you feel like Neely Henry's on the schedule is kind of the lake that levels the playing field for everybody? You know, I mean, it's tough, it's hard. Not that the lake's not great, it's just kind of levels the playing field. Everybody kind of has to go fishing today. And because it changes so much, water levels and all that, you just kind of have to go fishing today to really catch them. What do y'all think?
No, I agree with that.
Neely Henry's on the
I agree with that big time.
level the playing field.
Well, the thing
Yeah, I
is,
feel
too,
like it's
about
always an
Neely
X
is like
factor.
when you go ahead, Luke.
No, I said I feel like this lake is always an X factor because no matter, you can put it on the schedule, like you said, Jason, in April every year if you wanted to, and it'll be a different fishery every single time you come based on water levels, the current, the weather conditions. You know, it is that place that even when you get comfortable with it the next time you're here, it will look very different. It seems like every time I've ever been here, I've fished it a lot over the years. It's never the same twice. That's for sure.
Well, and that's
It's
similar to
never
what I
the
was going to
same
say,
day
but
to
like
day.
when you see like Gunnersville in March on the schedule, or you see Pickwick in June on the schedule, a lot of the tournaments, you know, before you even get there, you can pretty much know how it's going to go down. But Neely, honestly, I don't know if this is a thing in like the last 5-10 years, but it used to be ultra consistent with just in the spring you can go swim and jig in the grass and have a chance to win. But now it's like totally not that way. And even this morning, I talked to a couple of guys who said that we might not even see fish get caught today. And like, to have that sentence be said about Neely in April, it's just crazy. So exactly what Luke said, it levels the playing field because it's totally changing from year to year. When you come back, it's not the same as it was last year.
Yeah, I just don't know, you know, why. I mean, why we can't catch them here. But there was a year where we broke all records here, not too long ago, you know. And it's just interesting to come here, and you really have to put your fishing skills to work today. And that's the thing we're going to see a lot of teams do is they're going to move around and figure it out. Where they were fishing yesterday, they probably won't even go there today because it changes so much so fast here, and it's really quick. Interesting to see how it all plays down today. Little top
We just
water
had,
action on the
sorry, I
other side
got
of
fired
it
up.
now.
We just had one miss a, looked like it missed a frog there. Yeah, and make folks at home watching this fine Saturday morning, make no buts about it. Neely Henry is a fantastic fishery that is loaded with bass. It is just a very tricky fishery. It's almost, I would compare it to a tidal fishery. You know, with the water fluctuations here, you get the water does some very strange things here at times. I mean, you can have water running on the upper end and it can be bone dry in areas on the lower end, depending on which dam and they're releasing from and how all of that is working. There can be some crazy conditions you can be dealt with, and so the fish are constantly on the move trying to adjust with that. They can be hard to pin down, but it's full of bass.
Yeah, and I mean, they drop the bottom out of it down at the other end, and up here, because of the way the lake turns and twists and turns, it holds water up here. It's really interesting and different than any other lake, I think, just the way that it turns. And Coosa River chain, the rest of them are all different than this one for sure. What's your boat number, guys? Boat number? 60. We got boat number 60 over here now. Two 60s. Oh. Y'all took off with 60 and 60, I guess, huh? These guys were saying there were two
What's y'all's
60s
boat
out
number,
there.
guys?
I'm looking at that sheet. See if there are two 60s.
24, y'all got any fish so far? Yeah, any good ones? Yeah. Boat number 24, so they got 3. Boat
Mike
number
Hood?
24.
No, 61. Jerry Hartline. Y'all are 60. So I really have the real boat 60. Apparently there was, he said, 2 boat 60s. I guess 61 was crowding them out, maybe.
Will the real boat 60
This
please
guy's
stand
kind of doing
up?
the same sort of thing here. That's what I want to say, Mr. Jerry Hartline. Please
I'm
stand
so
up.
glad you said that.
So we've got Jerry Hartline and Robin Vaughn doing a little topwater action here
See
on
y'all.
the edge of the
That's right. Good luck.
bridge action.
Luke, something that me and you talked a bunch about is like these guys who do a little bit more subtle things than others, and a lot of times we don't even call it out. Like on live, I noticed that this guy's doing something totally different that people don't do, so we don't call it out to kind of preserve the secretiveness of what they're doing. And so as doing these lives, a lot of time we're not saying this stuff. One thing I've noticed fish are doing all morning that I don't mind sharing because it's really not that huge of a deal, but it is a lot different and it takes a lot of patience, and I'm actually anxious to hear, I'm not going to ask him this on the water, but he keeps putting his power poles down the whole, like every 20 feet or so he's putting his power poles down, which isn't a big deal at all, but everyone else is just blowing through here. And so my curiosity is that because they had so many bites in practice they don't want to miss them, they want to fish slower because there's people blowing through? Or is it because the opposite, they know there's fish in here, but it was tough in practice, so they want to like fish everything really, really thoroughly? And I'm anxious to see this, but I mean, truly, they've put their power poles down this morning probably 20 or 30 times.
Probably just try not to blow them out, you know what I mean? Just ease them, trying to be quiet, staying off the trolling motor as much as they can too, because that power poles will help you be stealthy for sure, just to ease the boat around. And
yeah. I mean, like you said, these other guys are blowing through here. Trolling motor on 8, making a ton of noise, and then you got Fisher over here, like an old fat house cat, just barely tiptoeing through this place. Just kind of got a little swag about him. Yeah, like a fat, one of them real fat house cats too. They ain't got nowhere to walk to, just aimlessly walking to the living room.
Laying
It's one of
down a
those
couple
things we
times
weren't
before they
supposed
get
to give
across it.
Yeah, 1,000,000%. 1,000,000%.
One of those things we weren't supposed to give
Rubbish.
up was the hand lining trick, Luke. Luke, I don't think we were supposed to give that up. were we?
Yeah, that's pretty
Something
secret.
nobody else
It's
is
pretty
doing
secretive. Yeah, definitely. You guys see that somewhere else, we've had ourselves a day.
These guys are having fun. Got quite a couple of group of guys through here. We're gonna let them slip on and we're gonna slide back a little bit. Try not to mess with the guys behind us too. We're out.
Fisher, did y'all have any bites in here in practice? Really? So one thing I was just talking about is how slow y'all are fishing. Is that because how many bites y'all got? Okay. So is that why you're putting your power poles down so much?
Yeah. Well, right back there was some running shine around it. They something right when it goes in. It's not getting it. I think it was sitting on bad. They're really hard to trick. We had all our lines from here back.
Who's about to catch
I don't know, maybe they'll end up like, we're gonna pull down on each dot and flip it to the other bite, I guess.
That's cool. So in practice, y'all just mark, when you got a bite, you just mark it, and then know when you get back to that spot, you'll power pull down during the tournament.
Right.
I'll be dang.
I'm hoping they're on the same. We worked on one in here yesterday, a 4.5 pounder, but I don't know how big the rest of them are. That could be 12 inches for all we know.
Yeah.
We got a swing and a miss here on the swing jig.
We didn't come in here yesterday till 2 o'clock, so it could be an afternoon.
Well, I ain't seen you in person. I texted you, but congratulations, and everybody's proud of you for that big win, buddy.
I appreciate it. I'd like my odds a lot better if we was there.
Yeah. So, Luke, I don't know if you heard his answer, but he said that basically they hit a dot every waypoint they had in practice. I mean, every time they had a bite in practice. And he said they think they're spawning, but you just can't see them. It's too muddy. So he said their game plan was they'd just power pull down every one of them dots and just cast a bunch at them. So he said they had like 20 bites, and he said they just now are getting to the good stuff where they got the bites yet. So there's our answer.
Sounds like a
You
solid
know.
plan.
You know, a 17, 18-year-old doing some top-level pro moves.
Yeah, some sneaky pro stuff there.
Yeah.
He's only been driving 2 years.
I'll go ahead and yeah. He can't even buy a case of Coors Light yet. I'll tell you what me and Houston would have.
Or Busch Light.
I'm sorry. Busch Light. Shout out to our sponsor, Busch Light, which we'll have a Busch Light roundup in a little bit. I will say that me and Houston would have just jerked on every single one of them, and then told everybody we caught 20 in practice, and then came back here today and had nothing. That's usually how me and Houston would have done it.
And then went and had some jacks.
Yeah.
Darian, I'm looking at the tracker, and I've got a couple of teams that I think we're definitely going to want to cover right here close to us. One, Mark McKegg and Tim Hurst are pretty close right now, so I think I'm going to make a move. And I'll be back
All right.
in just a minute.
I'll be here when you get back.
Sliding in boat 124 with Mr. Jeremy Sanders and Kelly Treese. Got one in the box already, guys. That's a good start, you know? I mean, say what you want to say. It's a good start. You got one in the box. Everybody else out here probably don't have one in the box at this point. What's the game plan today?
We're just working our way down.
Did y'all do any practicing?
Huh?
Did y'all come here and practice any?
Yeah.
Was it tough?
Yeah.
I knew the answer before I even asked.
Yeah, it was tough. Yeah. We caught them here last year.
Yeah. Good looking spot
We
for
hit
sure.
it on the way through.
Yeah. Ain't nobody there, we'll stop. That's kind of the word I hear.
Ain't quite set up.
Yeah. We got the popo watching us on the bank over there. I feel like I'm doing something illegal. What do y'all think? I mean, I'm just standing here watching these guys fish. Luke, if I end up in handcuffs, should you come get me? I guess that's a no. Darian, will
I
you
will.
come get me?
I will.
Okay, good. Because
I'll be there.
appreciate that. top water action here. Slip of the jig. Got the camera battery swapped, so we're good now. Charge it.
Morning. How are you? What's your boat number? I heard some ruckus going on over here. Did you catch any?
I caught one. I had the dreaded first fish on the first cast.
Did you really? Oh no.
But I caught 3.
Yeah.
Two of them were
How big was the keeper?
not very big.
You got Big Jeff Arledge over here. Says he's caught 3, and he had the dreaded first cast fish, which I believe it was it Jimmy Houston that always did the little cast by the boat
Yeah.
to get that out of the way, so he didn't do that?
That one.
So we'll see.
I'll put this one in the box. We'll go with number 2 in the box now. Oh, he threw it back.
Boat number 92. Where's Braxton at today?
Braxton got hurt.
Did he really?
Yeah.
Is he okay?
He's going to have shoulder surgery.
Wow.
Possible neck surgery.
Golly.
Railroad brake broke on the train.
Golly.
He threw him forward. It was a.
When did that happen?
It was the night before the Gunnersville tournament.
Wow.
So he's out for the rest of the year. We didn't put no sub in.
Dang, so we're going solo.
Yeah. Solo at Gunnersville and solo here. Probably the rest of the year out.
Dang. Hate to hear that.
Yeah. Down through here in practice.
Yeah. Well, there's a bunch of people starting here, but they're all gone, so maybe they left them.
Bob seemed to have picked up pretty good in here last Saturday about 10 o'clock.
Really? Yeah.
You know, this fish is a lot like our little lake.
Yeah, I know. A lot like it.
You can throw a trivia out there. I was your football coach at one
I know
time.
it. I know it. That was my first experience with angle tackling, and I wasn't very good at it.
You look at it.
There he is.
You probably made the right decision by sticking with basketball.
That's right. That's right. This was my park football, one of my park football coaches, and he had a big fella trying to teach a real small fifth grader how to tackle was a fun task.
Oh, you got the giant stickfish.
Well, Jason, I'm gonna stick around where I'm at, but it sounds like we might. Oh, we just had a swing. Hey, let's watch this fish one more time. Let's see real quick. We just had a swing and a miss. Let's see if we can hook this up right before the break.
Put the pressure on
One
it.
more cast, and we'll take her to break. But that was a good little swirl
One
on
more
the grass.
cast.
Well, we'll take her over to break. We're going to keep rolling. That way, if we get this fish, we'll see a replay here in a little bit, but we'll see y'all back in just a few minutes.
The Alabama Bass Trail is brought to you by Phoenix Boats, Landers McClarty Chevrolet, McGraw-Webb Chevrolet, and by Academy Sports and Outdoors.
Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
we truly love the sport of fishing.
That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
The perfect checking account doesn't exist. Not at a bank, that is. So why do you keep looking there? At AmFirst, you can get no minimum balance or monthly fees, an instant issue debit card, and free checks with unlimited check writing. But who doesn't want more? Like a rewards program you'll actually use, and convenient digital tools that make it easy to manage your account from anywhere. Now you could try and find that at a bank, or you could save yourself the trouble by checking with us.
Before there were hashtags, there were handshakes and shared stories. They gave us confidence to make our first cast and chase our dreams. They taught us to fish, and in the process, taught us about life. They taught us that success isn't just about reaching the top. It's about lifting others up. The future isn't just about selling tackle. It's about 3 simple words. Let's go fishing. Here's to the original influencers.
Jack's here with a breakdown of our new loaded fried chicken bowl. It's got hand-breaded chicken fingers, crispy bacon, buttered corn, and mashed potatoes topped with white peppered gravy. Talk about a winning combination. Woo! We're Jack's, and we're all about the South.
Welcome back to the third stop of the Alabama Bass Trail North Division here at Neely Henry Lake, Gadsden, Alabama. Huge shout out to the city of Gadsden for being our host this week. Mayor Craig Ford and the Tourism Bureau here do a fantastic job along with everyone here at Coosa Landing. Current temperature is 57 degrees and water temp is around that 66 degree mark. And as you can see, we have guys that are fishing shallow bedding fish. We heard a little bit of Doc talk about that. But the problem is the water's a little muddy, so will they be able to see those fish and will they play today? I kind of think that they will. Welcome to the third stop of the Alabama Bass Trail North Division. Neely Henry, you've heard Jason, Darian, and Luke talk about it. This is kind of the equalizer in the North Division. We kind of talk about that being the Alabama River in the South Division. Neely Henry is the equalizer. So you have several Coosa River lakes on this chain. You've got Neely Henry, you've got Weiss Lake, then we get down to Logan, Lay, and Jordan in the South Division. But this is the equalizer tournament. We've had big weights here, 23.5 pounds it has taken to win at this lake. But we are excited. Weather temperatures this week have been warming all week long. No rain this week. And I think that's the biggest thing here. We're used to having some type of either a storm come in, rainfall before to really get that current moving. And it hasn't happened this week. But we are close to winter pool being at 507. Summer pool. Summer pool's 508. We're at 507 right now. So we're almost to that summer pool. I know Luke, Darren, and Jason were repositioning during the break that we took. I know Luke was moving over to Team McKeag and Hurst. They are 3-time winners on the Alabama Bass Trail. I think he was going to try to get over to them. Some of the other teams that we want to watch while we're here, of course, Adam Brown, Greg Diggs. I don't know that we'll get to them today, but that is a team that has won here before. They are a powerful force on this body of water, so we'll want to watch them today, as well as Bradley Jones and Brooks Scoza, Zeke Gossett and Ethan King, a team that we always watch when we go to the Coosa River for sure. And then a team that had about 23.5 pounds last weekend in a tournament here. They won a championship back here in 2018, Adam Bain and Chris Colley. They are deadly on the Coosa River. So we're going to get to as many teams as we can today. They are fishing for points, this being the third stop. That's really when we start looking at the points. Once this tournament is over, is start narrowing down those points. And you may ask why. 75 in the top 75 will go to the championship later on at Wheeler Lake in October. The 5 winners will go. But the top 9 in points will move on to the Bassmaster Team Championship that will be on Lake Hartwell in December. So there's a lot of things up for grabs. not just the $100,000 Alabama Bass Trail Championship, but also a chance to go fish that Bassmaster Team Championship for a chance to be in Knoxville next year at the Bassmaster Classic. So a lot going on. Very few areas on this body of water that are off limits. Between the bridges on the side of the Coosa Landing store is off limits. The opposite side of the lake is in play, but very little on this body of water that's off limits. So these guys have a lot of room to fish today. 11,200 acres is about the size of Neely Henry. It's about 77 miles long and over 330 miles of shoreline. So there's a lot in play for these guys to go fishing today. Over $64,000 is up for grabs, with $15,000 in first place. $8,000 Phoenix contingency, $1,000 up for grab with Garmin, up to $2,000 at America's First Federal Credit Union, TH Marine. All kinds of contingency money on the line. People could walk away, these teams could walk away with almost $30,000 on a one-day tournament on a $320 entry fee. So it's going to be an exciting tournament. I know Darian is still on Mr. Allridge that he was on earlier today, so we're going to get out to Darian and see if anything transpired on that one more cast. So Darian, was he able to get that fish in the boat?
He was able to get that fish. I don't know if it was it wasn't the same exact grass, was it? I don't think it was the same exact fish, but he did catch one right during the middle of that commercial break. And I think we've even got a little replay action of that possibly. For all our Hayden folks know, this man is Caveman. Got him a little one. Was it a keeper? Did he put? It was a keeper. Yeah, he put it in the boat. Yeah, he put that one right in the live well. So he's got two in the box. I guess that's his fourth fish catch of the day. And he said last Saturday you had to dig them out of the back of their throat, and yesterday and today they were just swiping at it. I guess that has probably a little bit to do with fishing pressure, the number of people that have came through this same area probably. But he's also fishing it really slow, which is I think is a smart thing. When you got this many boats, 225 on a smaller lake, and this is a real popular area, so a lot of teams always start in here, but they've pretty much all left. There's one's leaving now. I believe there's still 3 boats in here, but I think maybe 6 started in here. So, and this is one of the kind of areas that basically everybody in practice is going to come hit it just to see if they're biting really good in here, especially the guys with an early boat number. I'm going to troll right on up ahead and see who these guys are and see if they've caught any fish. They're probably 100 yards or so in front of Jeff. So we'll go see These guys are also fishing it pretty slow as well. See if they've caught any fish. We've got our first round of golfers this morning too, Kenny.
Saw that.
What hole was that?
1.
That's hole 1. So this might be the first round of the day then. I bet it's pretty to play there.
Yeah, it's really nice.
Yeah.
They've come a long way the past couple of years. They were going to bring lights and make it a night course.
Oh, that'd be cool. Have a night course. I'd probably get kicked out of this golf course because I would have a little telescopic rod in my bag. By the way, I apologize for the viewers. We're shining straight into the sunlight right now. Catch up with these guys and see what they got going on. There's a little brush pile over here, and I saw them. Looks like they were hung up in it, but the other guy's already been down for a few minutes, so maybe they caught one out of it. Oh, swing and a miss. Oh, we got one jumping up here on the riprap in the shade. These guys haven't seen it yet either. I believe we got one on bed right here. Morning, guys.
How are y'all? Morning.
What's y'all's boat number?
22.
Y'all got any so far?
We've got 4.
4 in the boat. Any size?
Probably 2, around 2.5.
Yeah. Is there one on bed right there?
Yeah.
Do you know how big it is?
We don't know. It blew up on a frog an hour ago, and it just hit a wacky rig
Yeah,
twice.
I saw that.
They're being finicky.
Boat number 22, Anthony Vinson and Will Phillips. They got one on bed. It said it blew up on a frog. So have you been sitting in the same spot for an hour?
We've gone back
Okay.
and forth down
But I think anytime there's a little pipe coming out of feeding into the lake, there's always got to be a bass around that.
Everyone we've caught, you just see your line swim about 5 foot.
Yeah.
I think most of them's been on bed. You just can't see them.
Yeah. So that's the second time we've heard basically the same thing. They think they're on bed, but it's so muddy in here. Water's real stained. You can't actually see the bed, but they're the second ones that have said that. So I believe that is probably the case.
lost 2. They're just being funny.
Yeah. Did y'all have a good practice in here?
We didn't really
we
practice.
Didn't come in here.
Yeah.
We just had a good boat number, so we knew we were going to try and start.
That's right. There we go. Oh. So stick bass. Oh, rock bass.
Finally, I got somebody to stop long enough to hang out with me here. Damian Willis, Tyler Kiker, and they're off to a fast and furious start. Got 10, 11 pounds in the box already. Lost a couple good ones so far as well, so several bites so far for Willis and Kiker. They made a run right when we got to them, and we stuck with them. We'd also pulled up on Mark McKeag, Tim Hurst when we were in that last commercial break. They had a couple fish, and they went to move. They made a pretty good run, so we decided to stop on another team. That's when we found Damien and Tyler. Seems to be a little bit of a shad spawn program working this morning. Just started.
Yeah, man, you too. We'll catch back up with you.
Luke, what's up, Bobby?
How are you, sir? Good
you
to hear you again. I've been running around. I am. I'm trying to keep them off my goods. I've got a tournament this afternoon. Starts after hours. So I'm trying to keep them off the juice.
It's that ABT night tournament.
Yeah, the ABT Saturday nighter out of Canoe Creek.
It's Saturday night.
Yeah, me and John Simpson are teaming up.
Fishing behind the release boat.
That's right. And for the folks at home watching, I apologize for being so far away from Tyler and Damien, but with the water being low and they're fishing super skinny, I'm trying to be respectful and stay back. But, not easy to do today. You'll be kicking up mud pretty quick trying to chase these teams in some of these little pockets.
That's the same thing here. We sat back off a team for a little while and they ran in behind the dock, and you know, I don't want to call it bed fishing, but you know, I think they're looking at them, so they spend a little time in there fishing at the same little spot. So I think there's a little bit of that going on today back in this skinny water.
Jason, are you seeing any kind of shad spawn pattern play in the area you're in?
Well, I mean, I'm in the grass. I don't see a true shad spawn going on, but I see a topwater deal. And the guys we started on this morning, I mean, still a topwater deal right on the edge of the main channel and right under the bridges in the rough water where it's kind of churning up. And, I mean, I guess it could be I mean, it's bait related for sure, a little topwater, but I don't know that it's a true shad spawn yet.
Yeah, there's a little bit of one going on down here. You can see them.
Okay.
There's a little bit of one down here in this area, it seems like, and some of these teams are definitely chasing, and there's some.
Well, that would definitely help.
Small keeper right there for Willis and Kiker. Goes back in the pond. Yeah, there's a little bit of one going on, and you know, it's interesting. There's some floating debris down here in some areas, floating logs and things you'll see. And those shad will get on that hard cover like that, but I've seen them actually out behind my boat spawning on some of that since we put in pretty early this morning, and there was definitely a little bit of one going on in the area that we're in, and then we're seeing several teams. They look like they're trying to capitalize on one. Of course, as the higher the sun gets, the more it goes away. Mark McKegg, Tim Hurst actually said that, you know, we're chasing this stupid shad spawn. Exact words. They said,
okay.
They said, you know, it goes away pretty quick, and it's not full bore yet. You know, we're still a little early. Yeah. These cold nights and things that we've had this past week, it will start to pick up in the next couple of weeks, I would say, to actually prime shad spawn.
Yeah, I think we would see some of that next weekend down on the south side, probably.
For sure. Yeah, those fish down there should be a little further along, water temperature-wise, down on the Alabama River.
Mm-hmm. I know you heard Miss Kay when she came on. She called this like the equalizer. You know, as we were talking earlier in this, you know, just this. So the equalizer, that's a better term than we had, I think. So she also called the Alabama River the equalizer for the South. So
I would agree with that. That's a great way to put it.
Yeah.
Or it's like a blender because it shakes everything up. Every year, points wise,
you just thought you were going to win the
You never
points.
know. That's right.
Keep it out mud.
And Jason, we can see the tracker, all the teams where they're positioned that we've got out there. And while I do have a good many teams down here where I'm at on this lower end, and I'm not too far from you, that area up there around Gadsden seems to be where a lot of those dots are at. A lot of the trackers, you pull up the map, Darian's going to be busy in that area if he wakes up from his nap, you know.
Yeah, if he actually gets up, yeah. There's an opportunity for him to be busy.
You can almost walk boat to boat, it looks like, on the trackers up that way.
Either that or they threw them all on the bank because they're all lined up right there.
Yeah, it does look like that. They're all at Jack's in the drive-thru.
I will weigh in double digits this year. I'm not weighing in single digits again. I've weighed that in the past 2 years.
Me and Houston weighed in 5 for 5 here 1 year.
Bad.
Did y'all catch any back there?
1, 14 and a half inches.
Yeah.
Had a couple of small ones bite it, just won't get it.
So Luke and Jason, we're down to 3 boats left in the golf course, and the funny thing, everyone fished it so fast, like we were talking about that earlier, but everyone fished it so fast, and the 3 guys that are left in here all are saying the same thing, that they're spawning and fishing real slow.
I think you're going to see a lot of that today. It's just that time of year. We had a full moon last week. There's going to be a lot of fish still on the bed. I think you're going to see a lot of fry gartered going on. Some of those fish that have already spawned.
I don't know how difficult it is to get the photo that cameraman Ben Cole took today from the drone, but he did a pretty good job. I mean, he flies that drone around. Maybe we can show that photo later on, but I'm sure it'll be posted to Facebook.
I think they actually have to fax it in from the drone. Fax it.
We got to make sure we got enough minutes to do that.
Yeah.
Might have enough cell phone minutes. Have to check. Be out of data.
Go to the Dollar General and buy another card.
Yeah, that's right.
Top up. We get back in here a little.
That's the smallest fish of the year caught on ABT Live. Fisher and I. He can catch giants and little pipsqueaks. Hey, that was a slackliner moment though. That might have been the slackliner moment of the day.
I'm like, man, what kind of bacon you grabbing?
Shout out to Crush City Hedgehog. Is that what that was?
Possibly.
Possibly.
Guys, I hear the birds singing here where I'm at and in the background where y'all are at. Is this even an ABT? What is going on? Bright bluebird skies, beautiful weather, no wind.
Yeah, I think this tournament wasn't originally scheduled for Easter weekend. I think that's why the calendar got confused. You know,
Yeah,
probably going to be on a raining weekend.
It'll snow at the Alabama River. Don't worry. It'll right itself. Nature will correct itself with the ABT luck.
Thank you. Thank you for putting that curse on me, Ricky Bobby.
Yeah. First time in history, Cooter's Pond has been frozen.
Solid.
Yeah. That duck didn't like you guys at all. He heard about y'all.
He sounded mad.
They just had a mallard. Yeah, Davey and Tyler had a mallard just absolutely not having it.
Get away from my house.
Yeah, he's wanting to know if they got any peanut butter and crackers. Now he's over here by Jared and I, hanging out.
Jared's got the crackers. Jared's got the crackers.
Jared's got crackers in his pocket. Every pocket on his hoodie and in his shorts, just full of peanut butter and crackers. He crunches when he walks.
If we had to take a poll of how many boats out of 225 fishing ABT have peanut butter crackers in their boat right now, what's the guess on that?
I'm going 90%.
It's got to be a high number. I'm saying
Even if it's some that are stale that have been in there for 2 years, you know, that you forget in the bottom of a compartment that your buddy bought at some point.
I think that's probably what most of them are. It's like that's the emergency set of peanut butter crackers.
Yeah, but I would say that, you know, chances are of Darian having like some buttered cornbread or something like that would be pretty high too. You know, over peanut butter and crackers.
Yeah.
So there's a really big one right here in practice, what they're just telling us.
Look, I have been known to stop during an ABT event. I have been known to stop at that Buffalo Wild Wings, walk up there and grab food. And I told this story last year, but me and Trey Swindle fished the ABT here, and it was the hottest day you ever fished in. And to be honest with you, I didn't even check the rules to see if it was allowed that we could walk up there and get the Buffalo Wild Wings. But I ordered it, and Trey was mad. I said, dude, I'm starving. I've got to have it. Trey just waited on me at the dock, sitting there mad.
It's available to all
that's what we
anglers.
found out.
How's that illegal, you know?
Yeah, that's what I said.
You didn't leave the boat to land a fish.
Well, and I'm just now coming clean to the story. So if we were going to get DQ'd, I think me and Trey might have weighed in 7 pounds that day, so they can have it.
Oh, they'll find a way to go back and DQ Trey. He probably deserves to be DQ'd. He's been DQ'd so many times at this point. I don't think the statute of limitations runs out for Miss K.
I heard Trey got 3 insurance policies now. Just make sure his insurance policy don't run up.
Like 3 or 4 different companies now. Yeah, just make sure.
Yeah.
Well,
you know, he gets to go back for redemption.
Company, a little sponsorship.
He gets to go back to the Chesapeake Bay where that happens.
Oh, yeah?
That's his next Bassmaster Open. I was actually talking to Trey. He gets a little chance at redemption here in just a little bit on the Chesapeake. It'll be cool.
Can we please make sure he's got his insurance up to date on that one?
I bet he does. I bet he does.
Oh, I bet he does.
Between Miss Tracy and Uncle G, he's been reminded a few times.
Oh, coming in. Y'all got pollen on the water down there where y'all are?
A little bit, but it's just more, the water just stained more than anything.
I feel like it's all in my head, and I see why. It's all over this water. Half green down here.
All right, I'm gonna go ask Fisher one question and I'm gonna roll out of here. Fisher, my question for you is, pretty much every time we cover y'all are doing some sort of offshore fishing, live scoping to some extent, and I think it's pretty known that you like doing that. But what in your opinion, like when you practice, makes you decide to go? I mean, and that's it.
I tried to scope 3 days of practice, and you know, it just wasn't happening. Them big suckers on the pond just don't lift deeper than a foot, it seems like. Every time we're here, I try to scope, and I tend to catch 8 pounds of spots. I don't know what the deal is with it. I don't know why they don't do it. They just don't. So, as of right now, we're going to flip all day. I got one on a stump. I think she's big, but I can scope her, but that's the only one I got for scope.
Yeah. So when you come here and you see it on the schedule, you're still going to look out there though and see if you can find them.
Yeah, like, I'll try. I mean, it's kind of like one of those deals. You got to give it a little bit of time just to see if there is some spots doing it, because that's generally what we're going to target, was just go catch 12 pounds of spots and survive.
Yeah.
And we did it 3 days of practice, and it's like every time it's 7 pounds of spots. Like they're this long, they're tiny. So, I mean, you can do it. You can catch some good ones doing it. It's just. It's not how you win on this place. It doesn't seem like.
There you go.
Trust me, I'd much rather be doing that.
All right, we're gonna leave y'all alone. Good luck.
Luke, did you hear the key to that? He said, in the 3 days of practice. 3 days of practice.
Yeah.
Boys on the water more than anybody I know.
It is a fact.
And just came off a big tournament too. I mean, we're gonna slide around the corner right here. Back in the studio, y'all can stay close. We got a boat right here around the corner, so. A little long shot this one.
Easy. I didn't want to wish that on anybody, but you'd have gone viral. You would have definitely gone viral. we almost had a misstep here on the front of Phoenix.
Man, as soon as I pull away. I guess I was jinxing them a little bit. As soon as I pull away from them, they got a fish. That's number 2 in the box for them. That one's gonna go in the box. Back to work. That's 2 fish for them in the box currently. They said they had one just a little over 1 pound. Caught it back in that same spot right there. It looks really good where they are. That's where the fish that's on bed that's kind of around the dock there. I guess they let it rest a little bit. I'm gonna go back to it in a minute. There's some locals in here fishing around them, so probably feel a little crowded for the moment. That guy's kind of moved on now. Nope, they're over there as well still. So got some locals kind of working the same areas they are. So they're having to share water. We're gonna slip around the corner here and catch another boat. All right, Mr. Cameraman, you can make the flip now if you want to. We're right here. We got him. We got him.
thank everybody for tuning in this morning. ABT Live here, this third stop of the ABT North presented by Phoenix Boats. Neely Henry, Gadsden, Alabama. 223 teams took off this morning. Coosa River Landing had 225 teams sign up for this event last August. Good luck, guys. Willis and Kiker are going to move. We're going to make a short move. We've got several teams right here close. We'll see you guys in a few minutes.
We got one little old keeper, is all we got.
We got one keeper, Mr. Danny Long and Kevin Fallen. Beautiful new 721 ZXL, got 7 hours on it and has already put it to work.
A little bit hairy at my last off. 5 minutes of wide open throttle, and I had to back out of it.
Gotta break her in easy is what they say.
I'm gonna do it right.
Or give her all she's got otherwise, you know, so.
Yeah.
You guys spent some time in practice?
Man, I'm gonna tell you, we had a great day Wednesday. We probably had 18 or 19 pounds.
Really?
We caught one 5-2-1 right there on that point.
Wow.
Crankbait. And we got on a grass bite. They were eating a frog up. Next day, completely different bite. I mean, everybody we talked to said, you know, you catch them one day and then
it changes so much.
It changes so much every day. So we had 2 rough days and we had one real good day.
Wow.
We're gonna ease right there.
All right, we're gonna pull out just a little bit.
You got you some red lights on the inside of yours. You got that tricked out.
You gotta have a little bling.
Yeah.
A little dance floor, you know. So if y'all heard that, Danny Long, Kevin Fallen got a couple fish here, but nothing to write home about. But they had 19 pounds in practice, and really changing on them. They said, talked to some other guys, and it's changing every day. Had a grass bite, had a bite off this point that they're fishing right now, had a 5 on this point. So potential is great. But as much as it's changing, got to fish. I hear it all the time. Got to fish the conditions. Give them what the fish what they give you. Danny said he's got 7 hours on that new 721 ZXL, but if he wins out of that boat today, he gets another $8,000 on top of his winnings. Paid to him because he is in a Phoenix boat, part of the First Flight program. He's hooking shad, he's showing us.
We're staying on Weiss. They were all over the riprap yesterday.
Saw him hook some shad with his bait there. He's talking about shad spawn's been playing. Luke and I were talking earlier. I didn't really see much of it up here. It's kind of under the water, I guess, and they're starting to really push back a little bit, but he's running through them and hooking them. Teeny tiny shad. This fish got something to eat today. It's trash.
What do you think?
Trash fish.
What do you think?
It looks so good though. Yeah.
Told them and told them and told them. They need to have a drum tournament.
We're leading the drum tournament currently.
We need a drum tournament.
Luke, we got Danny Long up here trying to beat you in the drum tournament currently. So if you're looking for the drum bite,
we need a drum tournament.
got a little side pot going if you're looking to get in.
Well, I've been called the greatest drum guide of all time by some dear friends of mine. But we've caught up with Don Privet and Bruce Summers' boat number 17. They've got 2 fish in the boat. They said they lost a good one. They're throwing some creature baits, looks like, through some of the shallow grass out here on the main river. And they just commented on how boats are starting to run around a lot, and it's getting a little busy down here. Looking like a holiday weekend indeed. I think you got a lot of locals obviously out and about, but then you got 223 ABT teams running around as well. Lots of folks enjoying a beautiful day on the Coosa.
It is. I mean, it's the first really warm day we've had, and everybody's just cranking them up.
We were just talking on live, you get weather like this, they're not gonna stay in the house today. They're gonna be out fishing. Hooked up, here we go. Oh, he turned around. Unfortunately, he turned around to say something to me and he got a bite. Hey, that's not my fault. That's not my fault. I'm normally to blame. I was not to blame.
I was going to tell you up at Gunnersville when I asked you to give my daughter a shout out.
Yes, sir.
They said she jumped that house.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Well, we'll have to do it again today.
Hopefully we will. I don't know if she's going to get to watch today or not.
Said we gave his daughter a shout out at Gunnersville and said she jumped off the ground a foot high, hearing her name on live, so. Lost one there when we were turned around to talk.
It's your
got
fault.
a bite, one about
I heard
pulled the
it was
rod
your
out of his
fault.
hand.
It's your fault.
I felt
Totally
like
your
it was
fault.
kind of being pointed at me that it was my fault, Jason.
Total
Jared's
daring
nodding
move.
his head
Total
yes. He
daring
thought it
move.
was my fault as well. I kind of want to leave. I'm not gonna lie. Luckily,
Pack it in.
luckily,
nice guy,
Don
guys.
and Bruce are very nice. They're very nice men. So
Yes, yes.
I'm not saying we have teams in the ABT that aren't nice, but there are some teams that would probably be giving me dirty looks right
everybody's
now.
nice.
Luckily, Don and Bruce are really cool, chill guys, as my kids would say.
They're not walking on water to try to get to you right now.
No, we're still smiling, still casting. We're good. There we go. 12-inch size limit here on Neely Henry. We got one. Good. Better. Will it be number 3? Let's see it. It's going to go on the board. We got 2 in the boat. They've lost a couple. All right, number 3. Privet and Summers. I feel like that's always the story on this place, you know, those 3-pound plus bites, you gotta have them, and they can be tricky, that's for sure. How big do you think it was? You guys can hear that or not. It said their first pass through this stretch, they lost 3 or 4. Yeah, you can sit there power pole down and catch 20 pounds at Gunnersville. Yeah. I don't know that we'll see 58 bags over 20 today, like we did. It was wild. Yeah.
I never dreamed. We should have had 20, 24 pounds. I thought with what we had, I thought we'd get like 90 bucks. With a decent bag.
That place can hurt your feelings sometimes. You can have a lot of fun and then get mad when you get to weigh in.
I know it.
That's kind of how gunners will go some days.
Yeah. I mean, 25-pound bag and not make the top 10.
Yeah.
That's as bad as the wind was that day. That's what we was going by, you know. Conditions, we said, hey, we're all flat, slow down.
Talking about Gunnersville, they had just shy of 18 pounds and they were excited until they got to weigh in. They ended up about 91st place. That's just a testament. I know we talked about the 58 bags over 20 there, but when you catch almost 18 and you finish nearly 100, you talk about a lake that's kicking them out. That Gunnersville event was one we won't forget anytime soon. We appreciate each and every one of you tuning in for ABT Live this morning. We're going to take a quick break, check in with the sponsors that make it all possible. We'll see you back out here on Neely Henry in just a few moments.
The Alabama Bass Trail is sponsored by Rapala, VMC, Crush City, TH Marine.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
We truly love the sport of fishing.
that's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
I leave nothing to chance when it comes to hooks. They are the most critical part of the equation.
This is truly the best hook I've ever used.
Thinner, stronger, slicker, all the pluses that you really want in a hook. That red line right in the roof of her mouth, exactly where you want to get them.
When you have the opportunity to create something good, you might as well make this great, and I think that's what we did with the Red Line series of hooks.
In the relentless pursuit of domination on the water, one name stands above the rest. TH Marine's Atlas Jackplate. The power behind champions since 2007. The driving force that propels you to victory. More winners choose Atlas. For the fisherman who demands the best, Atlas delivers. Because every move counts. More winners choose Atlas.
It's the moment when everything is on the line and precision, power, and control make all the difference. A moment over 20 years in the making, anchored on loyalty, trust, and support that goes beyond all expectations. A relentless pursuit of perfection. All born from a revolutionary idea to help you rule the water. Power Pole.
Welcome to Minnow King. How can I help you?
Everything looks good. I'm friggin' starving, man. Been spawning all morning.
Ugh, TMI, bro. What do you want?
I'll take a Crush City freeloader and gizzard shad.
Anything to drink.
Water.
Pull ahead, please. Welcome to Minnow King.
We're gonna have what he's had. Yeah, throw me in a Ned BLT, too.
Pull ahead, please.
Calm down. Quit feeding him so much.
Hey, man, I'm trying to, man.
If you overfeed him, he's gonna hide under a log.
Jack's here, and in the South, we know how hard it is waiting for bowl season to come round again. So we're kicking up our own bowl season. For a limited time, you can get our new loaded fried chicken bowl. It's a hearty heap of hand-breaded chicken fingers, crispy bacon, buttered corn, and mashed potatoes with white peppered gravy. Might not fill the football-shaped hole in your heart, but it'll sure fill your stomach. Get the loaded fried chicken bowl for a limited time. We're Jack's, and we're all about the South.
Welcome back to the third stop of the Alabama Bass Trail North Division, Neely Henry Lake. Temperatures are rising. Current temperature 61 degrees. Water temp is somewhere between that 66, 68 degree range. And you're seeing a lot of guys that are looking for those fish, those bedding fish. one of my favorite times of the year. I love to watch people, the anglers out here, you know, with the bedding fish. I think that's an exciting way for people to catch fish. It's one of my favorite ways that we see people catch fish out here on the Alabama Bass Trail. You're going to see a lot of teams today. We've covered about 12 already. Our current unofficial leaders would be Damian Willis and Tyler Kiker with about 10 to 11 pounds. They are well-known team in the Alabama Bass Trail. They finished second in the Angler of the Year points. They're currently tied for 5th going into this event. What ones would say would be their home lake here at Neely Henry. I'm sure we'll probably catch up with them a little bit later. But right now, Darian is on boat number 9, Henson and Jones. We're going to get out on the water and see if this team has any fish in the box. Darian.
Yeah, we're on boat number 9, and look, they said they got 4 fish. So they got 4 fish, and they weren't just exactly proud of them, but they said, hey, it's a good start. And like, I think one thing to touch on, and Jason, I know you're on now, but one thing to touch on, just looking at the tracker, there's so many boats around Gadsden. So many boats around the Gadsden area. So we came a little bit north of the golf course, and some of these bigger creeks up on this end, there's just a few boats in each one of those. So I was curious to come up here and see if, you know, there's something secret, you know, going on. There's a lot of fish biting up here, or maybe some big ones. This is actually an area that the last time we were at Neely, there was several boats in this area, and all of them were bed fishing. And I actually see, Kenny, I don't know if you can zoom way over there. There's a Phoenix tucked all the way back. There were some guys that fished that exact same spot last year. They were bed fishing, literally the exact same spot they're on. Those guys were from Pickwick, and they said that they were fishing these bedding fish on the riprap, and that was a thing that they did on Pickwick. And so anyhow, wanted to come in here and see if some of that action was going on again this year. And boat number 9 just says they're going to keep their head down and keep grinding. Da-na-na, da-na-na. Sounds like Luke Duncan has a update for the day.
Yeah, a little update. Has nothing to do with fishing. Don Privet, Bruce Summers over here, my new best friends. Darian, you're normally the one that's all about the food. Well, I just got handed this wonderful bag of deer summer sausage, and if y'all need me,
oh wow,
I'm gonna be power pole down in the shade, enjoying a little late breakfast of summer sausage. And it's good, and I promise you, there won't be any left at weigh-in this afternoon for y'all to sample.
I hope in
so
the
shout out to
middle
these
of
boys.
weigh-in,
Boat number
you just
17 coming in strong. I gotta go find a shade tree to get under, guys. I'll be back.
Jeez, what an update.
For real. I'm guessing some guys have caught some fish in here, because not only are there about 4 or 5 ABT guys in here, there are 4 or 5 more locals. So it is a hot spot for fishing.
Jason, I'm going to toss over for you full screen just for a split second while we go to this other boat down the bank.
So we're still on boat 119. Said they had caught some good fish on this stretch. I'm just kind of hanging with them to see. We caught a big drum earlier. Some real cool shots of that. think they're gonna make a move. Miss Kay, if you could cover for me for just a second, I'm gonna slip around. Well. Thank you guys, good luck. Holler if you need anything, appreciate you. Miss Kay, I don't know, if you had a brand new 721 ZXL, what would you be doing today?
I would be probably doing the same thing that they're doing. I mean, it's a beautiful day in the state of Alabama, probably one of the prettiest weekends we've had in the past 6 or 8. I mean, it seems like Saturday, Sunday we've had storms, which is different because typically when we come to Neely Henry, we have torrential downpours, and that's something the guys are dealing with now. Even though the water is still pretty muddy, you're hearing guys talk about they're wanting to bed fish, they're wanting to look for them, but the water's muddy. It's that time. That water temperature is 66, 68 degrees. We've had a warming trend all week. Highs today 85 degrees with no rain in the forecast. So it is that time of the year for the northern section of Alabama. You've heard a little bit of a shad spawn going on. You've got some bedding fish. So lots of different ways that people are catching them. Fisher and I alluded to the fact that you don't do a lot of scoping here. So you're going to see some old school tactics with some new baits, as we talked about from Crush City. So I know Darian will do his segment just a little bit. Some of the teams that we're watching and talking about how we put those trackers on teams. You've got your top 9 or so in the points that we try to keep. We try to keep cameras on them. That's why you're seeing Mark McKegg, Tim Hurst covered. That's why you're seeing Damian and Tyler covered, as well as Fisher and Ryan and Naya. They're currently sitting second in the points. Hunter Davidson and Bryant Fikes, they won the Gunnersville tournament. They are first in the points, just with a 3-point lead over Fisher and Ryan and Naya. This is the tournament where we really start looking at the points race as we start moving into who's going to qualify for that championship on Wheeler Lake. It is a no entry fee championship, $100,000 on the line, $50,000 first place. So that's what these guys are fishing for. So I know Darian is saying he is on boat number 14. I'm going to just kind of click over here to my list. That will be Mitch Mitchell and Candler McCollum. You may know them. They have a few wins on the Alabama Bass Trail. 2 wins in 1 year. One of them came right here on Neely Henry Lake. They won here and Wheeler in the same year. So we're going to get back out on the water. Darian is with boat number 14, Mitch Mitchell and Candler McCollum. Darian?
I just think one of the most fun things we get to do covering the tournaments is when you pull up on a buddy who swings and misses, but you can audibly make fun of it, I guess, or at least call him out for it. He said they're tiny. He swung in a big strikeout on that one, but Mitch and Candler, so they got 5, but it sounded like a 3-pounder was the biggest, and a 2-pounder and 3 small ones.
Oh, it's just fishing day, you know. We got boat number 80, Timothy and Richie. You guys got 1 in the box, they said. Starting to warm up a little bit.
I got 2 months to be a grind.
Well, what's the game plan today?
Busting stuff like this all day.
All day? Kind of fishing the riprap?
Just like this, fight after that, just like this. Going to jig or worm. I ain't got him to hit a hard bait yet.
Really?
Yeah, whole time we've been here.
It's a soft plastic weekend then.
Yeah, it's either jig or soft plastic.
Yep.
And it don't make sense to me, you know? But I like this place. A lot of people don't.
Yeah. Oh, I like it here. Yeah. It's tough. It makes it easy.
You
even for everybody, you know. Gotta take your time and grind it out.
That's it. Been your whole day.
Yeah, get 5.
That's it. Hope for your best 5 and, you know, if you cold, you don't. I seen Fisher last night at the motel room. Well, ain't nothing. He was like, I hate this river. He's good. I mean, he's a regular fish. If you don't like it,
Look, I'm just hoping we can roll this. I'm just hoping we can roll this replay. We had some mic issues, but Mitch just, I mean, smashed one, ripped it right on the other side of the boat. I almost caught the fish and put it in our live well. He said that's about the 5th time he's done that. All right. So the question is, you gotta love doing it because you're still getting bites, but it's still a little bit annoying they're not big in a tournament. But like, there's still a part of that that's like, I'm still gonna keep cracking them.
Oh, look at there. Got a big one. The smallest brim of the tournament, we got you. Shell cracker.
Guys, I just caught up with Todd Beatty, Ethan McDonald down here in what I'm going to start calling Crowded Canoe Creek. There's a boat about every 50 yards, I feel like. It's definitely a lot of friendly fire going on down here between ABT teams. Just had Beatty and McDonald had a team come around them pretty close, and they were, of course, being friendly. And I joked before we went live and said, is there any way you guys can get into a fight so we can have some WWF action here, get some views this morning? I was trying to stir it up a little bit. But Beatty and McDonald did catch a keeper right when we pulled up. Yeah, oh, I get plenty of those. And now I'm just bragging to everybody about the summer sausage that I was gifted.
I think we're gonna have to like get some rules against that or something. Like you cannot help one host if you don't help them all. You can't help one host if you don't help them all. So.
Well, let's be honest, I can't be helped. I think we all know that by now. There's no helping this.
I mean, you got summer sausage. I mean, that's pretty much help. I'm out here
It's
starving.
pretty stout. Jared and I aren't complaining about it, and we've almost gone through the bag to just completely tell on ourselves.
Like, where is this dog? Okay, there we are. I see you.
Sounds like he's on the front deck of your Phoenix.
Well, I felt like it was for a second. I heard it bark, and I was like, I looked down. Thankfully, there's 100 yards of water between us right now. Hope he can't swim that good.
Beatty and McDonald from up around Dale Hollow Lake, Livingston, Tennessee.
Tennessee boys.
In their Phoenix trying to take home a little extra money today. This place fishes just like Dale Hollow. Yeah, this is a chunk and winding paradise, ain't it? Yeah. And you don't have to worry about throwing back 18-inch smallmouth either. How many y'all got? We got a limit? Was that the 5th one there that you just caught? Okay. Okay. Is this the game plan for the day, for the most part?
We're going to junk around all day. Frogs, flips, square bills, just fish. We had some pretty good practice, but just have to see how it works. Getting a good bass tub.
You got to get those separators, right? Them 3 pluses. Already got a limit boat this morning, early here. Stop number 3 for Beatty and McDonald.
All right. You think, are these fish like, these fish are fishing for spawning? You just can't see them?
Not only are Beatty and McDonald eligible for that Phoenix bonus, they've got all Garmin electronics, so net them another contingency bonus. Got that Garmin Force trolling motor as well.
Just standing still.
It does my heart good to see a square bill. These boys had a good practice. And we're looking forward to it. Said it is hard to get a good bite, which, as we know from covering a lot of tournaments, fishing a lot of tournaments on Neely Henry, that 3-pound plus bite can be hard to come by, and it makes a big difference. Jump you up a lot in the standings. There'll be a lot of tight weights today. Guys, I know one thing we haven't talked about, at least when we've all three been on live together. What is our weight prediction? What are we thinking here to take home the 15K today?
Well, I'll lead the pack with that, and I'll.
Wow. I think when he tried to.
Darian sounds like he broke his camera.
Well, look, I'm gonna say. Someone apparently told Mitch that he said 24 could win, and he laughed and said, "We ain't gonna catch 24."
It did take 24 last weekend. Adam Bain, Chris Colley that are in this field caught 24 last weekend, but 14 pounds was sixth. Tim Hurst had 14 and finished sixth in that same tournament. So we'll see what happens today.
I'm gonna say 1785.
I'm gonna say 18. I'm gonna price this right to you. That's what I was thinking. 18 pounds. That's what it took here last year. Josh Butts, Stephen McAvoy. Like 18, you'll be pretty solid today.
$1.
$1. That's right.
Mitch said he's locking in 21.
Guys, I feel like we can get 19. I really do. I feel like we can get 19 out of it today.
Mitch and Kay are both saying 21, so.
Well, Mitch has won here before, so
Mitch has one.
I'll take his 21.
Hey, they're swinging like every fourth cast. They're swinging. They've got a bank that's got a bunch of little ones on it, and they're swinging literally every other cast. They're swinging. All right, so since y'all have won here before, how often do you go check the stuff that you won on those same places? It's trash. Well, at least it was good one time. Dang. Hey, if it's trash now, at least it was good at one point in time. Jeez.
This just in. Apparently it's going to be raining Monday here. So it's going to be raining Monday. So if y'all are coming fishing here Monday, just a heads up, it's going to be raining. Thank you for the guys in the booth giving us that update. Tried to scare us that it was going to be raining during weigh-in.
For the folks at
It
home,
has
we have a
rained
lot
here
of voices
during
in our
weigh-in
head,
one
Jason
time.
and I.
It has rained here one time, like, I think it may have been last year. Like, I'm still soaked from that event. Thunderstorms and everything. But no, it's beautiful here. Come on out to weigh-in this afternoon. Weigh-in starts at 2:30. It will not be raining, despite what everybody else is trying to say. Love you guys to come out here to Coosa Landing. Got a beautiful view of the lake, beautiful view of the bridges, and gonna be some nice fish catches across the stage this afternoon starting at 2:30.
A comment
Miss Kay's
coming in
coming.
from YouTube. I'm assuming that people seem to think that I make the rules here or that I'm in any kind of control here. But Darian, people are wanting to know, is there a prize for the closest weight guest today? And you know, you usually come up with all these great ideas and great giveaways. So.
Well, what I was told is by all the comments down below, we're going to pick a winner from Facebook and from YouTube. They're going to win a Strike King and Rapala prize pack. Looks like Strike King soft plastics and Rapala hard baits. So we're going to pick one winner from Facebook, one winner from YouTube, and send just a little assortment of goodies. So maximum is 5 guesses. Like, you can't just guess every number in the book. So y'all comment below what you think is going to take to win. Look, our former winners here say it's going to take 20 and 21. Luke is saying north of 18. Jason's saying north of 19. And I was a little bit lower than them. So comment your guesses below. We will pick a winner. And Miss Kay and Miss Angela will find the winners and get your product shipped out. And I also wanted to take this time. I was just told a few minutes ago, while we're doing kind of plugs, that we have free shipping on ABT apparel this weekend. You have to use a discount code at checkout. All right, the code is all caps, the letter NH SHIP. That stands for Neely Henry. NH SHIP.
Easy.
That's going to be free shipping on a free. Yeah, I know. You swap that P with a T, and you'll have something else. But free shipping on ABT apparel this weekend. Yeah, free shipping. And with that,
so
Jason
Darren, what was
and Luke, I'm gonna
among our giveaways, you know, guessing here. I mean, do we get some of Luke's sausage, like the sausage the guys gave him earlier, or is it probably already gone by now? I guess, you know.
I'll probably be fresh out of that. We're hooked up here. Thank goodness we are hooked up, and it looks like a good one. What a great time to be hooked up with
I'm going to let y'all have that. I'm going to let y'all have that. We're going to leave Mitch and Candler and Luke's sausage alone.
It's a catfish.
Hey,
little kitty cat.
When Jason,
could not have gotten better.
Jason said that he wanted Luke's sausage, and I'm going to leave it right there, and we're going to head on to the next team.
Oh.
Listen, the timing of that on live was really good, guys. I just wish it would have been about a 5-pounder for y'all instead of a catfish.
Oh. These guys are sliding back into a spot pretty deep.
He might eat pretty good, though.
I'm gonna slide down.
Oh yeah, he'll eat real good.
We got another.
Them are tasty.
Yeah, we got another team just ahead. We're gonna catch up with them just a second.
We got a local. Look at that dog up there, Jared. Big boy. Sir, I don't mean to alarm you, but you got a grizzly bear following you. Yeah. Beautiful dog. German Shepherd up there. Watch him. Look, he's gonna come say hey to us. What's his name? Well, Alabama Bass Trail. Y'all too. No Karens here on Neely Henry. Thank goodness, because he had Cujo with him. Did that make y'all nervous?
Yeah, I thought I was fixing to go
He had the guard dog. We have definitely got some phoenixes buzzing around on this lower end of Neely Henry. Very popular area historically down here from Canoe Creek down. A lot of ABT anglers choosing to spend their day down here. All right, we're back with Jamie and Ricky here, guys. What kind of weight we got today?
We got one fish.
One fish. You know, it's. I heard it's a grind here.
Hard to find
Yeah. How was practice? Yeah. Afternoon was better. We all got that afternoon boat number, so hopefully that'll help for sure. See y'all Georgia boys. How long y'all been fishing with a ABT? 7 or 8 years. 7 or 8 years. Good deal. If you had to pick a lake on the north that was your favorite, what would you say?
Probably Gunnersville. Wise. Anything but Wheeler.
Anything but Wheeler. At least you didn't say anything but Neely Henry.
No, I like Neely. Fishing a lot like Wise.
Yeah. Got a few boats starting to make a little running around. I see a little activity up here in front of us now, so maybe we'll get a little something here. It's kind of coming around that point, the wind's blowing in. Got rock and grass, and even got some wood out there on the end of that dock. So I see, starting to see the shad flip a little bit. waves coming in on that point now. Come on in, Darian.
Well, there's a lot of running around going on up here, but we've got 4 fish here and 4 fish for around 9 pounds, they said. Ryan Adcock, Jonathan Marsh. Just I think the biggest weight we've seen in the morning was the Seaborns left out of here when we were coming in. We were actually headed to find them, and they said they had 4 fish for around 12 pounds. So they were very excited about that. So that's our unofficial leader that we've covered this morning. Jason, what's the most weight you've seen down there so far?
2 pounds.
Okay. But they might be running right past you, headed down towards where Luke's at.
Oh. There's a lot of guys moving around down here for sure. A lot of guys.
It seems like there's a lot of people moving right now.
You can see like some of them are hitting one little particular spot and then moving on. I'm not exactly sure what that means, but I think everybody else does. Run all the way to the back of the pocket, hit one spot, and then turn around and come out.
Yep, that's exactly what we've been seeing here too. So we got a Facebook comment in that was asking to go find Davidson and Fikes, and it sounds like Luke did his job correctly this time and went straight to that team.
Sometimes you get lucky, and in this case I did, because the tracker hadn't updated in a minute, and Darian, right about the time that we got the message to try to find Hunter and Bryant, they ran right by me. I said, hey, those guys look familiar. And so we chased them. They've been doing some zigging and zagging. They've got a small limit. These are your Angler of the Year leaders. Also your winners of stop number 2 at Gunnersville, that big bass beatdown that we saw in March at 29 pounds there. And they said their biggest challenge right now is trying to find some clean water. And I'm not talking about clarity, somewhere where there's not a boat sitting that's already fished, because this area down here is, I mean, I can see probably a dozen boats from where I'm at right now, tournament boats. And when one boat leaves a stretch, another pulls in, and these guys zigged and zagged. We chased them for a little bit and finally caught up with them. They're set up on the edge of a flat, fishing really, really shallow water willow. Small limit.
29 pounds.
Hunter's had a busy week fishing the Bassmaster Open down at Columbus. And making it here for
Shout out to Columbus, my hometown.
The last time I was down there, Jason, I saw that on the sign there, welcome to Columbus, home of the, in all caps, the Jason Durant.
Yeah, that's the mascot for Columbus High School, is the Durans. Columbus Durans.
Durans?
Yeah.
The Fighting Durans.
The muddiest hole in in the 10-time waterway for sure.
Yeah, you don't worry about water clarity there, do you? Because it's just always mud.
No. And I heard the tournament director said that they could actually lock through, if they wanted to, they could lock through to Bay Springs. Okay, drive all the way through the state to get there,
Well,
but you could do it. Good luck making it back on time because the lockmasters there don't like it.
Yeah, I was going to say, good luck. There's a difference in want to and able to.
Yeah. Yeah. They can also lock all the way to Demopolis.
Yeah, that's right. They could go to the Gulf of Mexico too, but
it's true.
It gets a little
America, Gulf of America, get it right. Get it right. Get it right. Gulf of America. You're either going to be on this show and say it right or not.
And then I went and got canceled.
There goes Luke. No more Luke.
I figured it would be something worse than that, to be fair. I'm not used to the new name yet, guys. Okay.
Do I need to get you a shirt too?
You better. I don't know if you can see, folks at home, this mud trail that Davidson and Pikes are kicking up. We're going to stay way out here in the channel, not try to disrupt what they're trying to do. Again, they're trying to get away from the crowd a little bit. Water's about a foot below summer pool. Makes it tricky to get to some of this cover. If you can see in the distance there, some water willow over on the bank, but you got to cross a skinny, skinny flat to get to it. Do our best to cover them from a distance. There's also isolated wood on this plat that I'm sure they're going to fish. I'm not trying to muddy it up, and it actually appears that there haven't been many boats on this stretch that they're going to. Like Miss Kay said earlier, though, event 3, this is where the Angler of the Year race typically takes shape with only 2 events to go after this, and Neely Henry is always an equalizer in the points. We see big shakeups here, wherever it falls on the schedule, it seems, especially when it's in this mid to later part of the season. We're seeing a lot of swim jigging, a lot of buzzbait.
Luke, y'all are back there in the back of the canoe, aren't you?
We are right now, yeah, we're pretty good ways.
How many boats are even further back than you? Like that you've seen? I see the tracker, but how many are?
I mean, there's a lot that have ran back that way this morning. You know, we've been in the canoe area pretty much the entire day so far, and there are plenty that have ran out of earshot. You know what I mean? Up there past the bridge and what turns into Little Canoe. I've seen plenty, and there's plenty more headed that direction, it would seem. You got some locals out today when we were putting in down here, several at the ramp. But for the most part, our crowd seems to be from where I'm at and back towards the main river. I see some names in here on the tracker: Mark McKeggs, Tim Hurst, Willis and Kiker are still in this area. Wade and Wade, several other teams we're going to try to catch up with as the day goes on that choosing to live in canoe. Aaron, did I hear you say the Seaborns had a good bag?
Yeah, they had 4 for 12 when we saw them. And they were ecstatic. They were really happy. We've now caught back up with boat number 12. Yeah, they do. We've caught back up with boat number 12, who we saw this morning for a little while. How's it been since the last time we saw you? Yeah. Yeah.
Guys, we're going to make a short move around the corner here. I see some other teams, and we'll let Bryant and Hunter slide around that shallow water. We'll be back in a minute.
All right, guys. Well, Luke is going to make a little run, and we'll also do the same. We're going to head over to a commercial break, and we will be right back.
Live coverage of the Alabama Bass Trail is brought to you by Garmin, Power Pole, Mountain Dew, Yamaha.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
We truly love the sport of fishing.
that's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Here at Landers McClarty Chevrolet, it's time to pick your offer on a new Chevy Silverado 1500. That's right, pick the offer that's best for you. Choose rates as low as 2.9% for 72 months, or how about up to $12,000 off all Silverados? They have the best selection in years with over 500 pre-owned vehicles available. Big store, big on savings, and big on customer service. Visit LandersMcClartyChevrolet.com.
Some things ain't worth keeping. Yesterday's traditions, today's adventures, tomorrow's memories. Now that's something worth keeping. Fish Alabama and find your keeper.
For more information, visit fishalabama.org.
Stetson Blaylock, Todd Auten, Hank Terry, let's go!
Garmin Live Scope, I tell you right now, if you don't have it, you are behind. It's just wild. It's like a video game.
If you do not have that Garmin Live Scope, you are definitely missing out.
Bassmaster Classic Champion!
Missing football? Well, Jax is kicking off our own bowl season with our new loaded fried chicken bowl. It's a hearty heap of everything a Southerner craves. And this is one bowl season that won't break your heart. We're Jax, and we're all about the South.
Welcome back to the third stop of the Alabama Bass Trail North Division, Neely Henry Lake, Gadsden, Alabama. Huge shout out to the city of Gadsden for being our host this week. Miss Julie Lassiter is here with us. She always does a great job. Her volunteers are here to run golf carts in the morning, getting our anglers to and from their vehicles into the water. It's always fun to be here in Gadsden. One of the normal stops on the Alabama Bass Trail regular division, and it will be on the schedule for the 2026 Alabama Bass Trail 100. We announced that schedule about a month ago. We're really excited about that schedule. The 2026 ABT 100 will kick off on January the 17th at Lewis Smith Lake in Coleman, Alabama, our first time to ever visit the Coleman side of Smith Lake. Then we'll be here June the 6th, back here on Neely Henry Lake in Gadsden, Alabama for stop number 2 of the ABT 100. And then the third and final stop will be November the 7th, 2026 at Lake Jordan in Wetumpka, Alabama. Second time that the ABT 100 has gone to Lake Jordan. 6,600 acres, but it is a bass catching phenomenon down there. They had bags that went almost 30 pounds this year down at Lake Jordan. Looking forward to being there. ABT 100 is a $3,000 entry fee per tournament, per team. We do pay out 100% at each tournament. $25,000 first place, $100,000 paid out at each event, paying the top 20 teams in the ABT 100s. Registration's open for priority registrants, which fish this year, June 1st through the 10th, and June the 11th is when registration for new teams take place for the Alabama Bass Trail 100. Just a reminder, May 2nd is the magical day that the 2026 ABT schedule will come out. You can check that out on all of our social media platforms as well as AlabamaBassTrail.org. So we'll have that up on May the 2nd. Sometime around that 10 o'clock time frame is when that normally goes live. You'll be able to see that. August 1st through the 14th is priority registration for teams that fished this season. And then August 15th at 5:30 a.m. Central Standard Time is when registration for new teams will take place. Again, last year, 2024, for this season, filled up in 7 minutes. So on August the 15th in 7 minutes. So that is the quickest it's ever filled up for the Alabama Bass Trail. So we'll be announcing that May the 2nd. You'll be able to keep up with all of that on your social media channels. Alabama Bass Trail Facebook page, at AL Bass Trail on Instagram, as well as the AlabamaBassTrail.org website. We'll have that up for you there. So we're going to get back out on the water in just a minute, but talking about some of the teams that we've seen that have those 5 fish limits, somewhere in that 10 to 12 pound range is leading right now. Seaborn and Seaborn 4 fish for 12 pounds, but they caught over an 8 pounder here just a couple years ago to take home the first place prize check. They are a scary team on this body of water, but we're going to go ahead and get back out to Darian and let him tell us who he's with and if they have any fish in the boat. Darian?
Well, we've actually got a little surprise for, I think, everyone. Honestly, I don't know what this is, but we've got a drone live right now above us, and we're going to catch up to this boat, and let's see what they got going on. because they've been here for a while. I'll say that. We've been seeing them, but this will be one of the first time that I've done it for sure, that we get a camera shot in the boat and the drone shot of the same thing going on. This looks like Ty Cox and Cameron Gardner, who I heard had a really good practice. I'm not 100% sure. I'm pretty. The last time I said that out loud, I was wrong and got scrutinized for it. So I should probably wait until I know for sure. There was a rumor y'all had a really good practice. It was just practice? He said they're small ones, a 4-pounder. If they can get rid of it, they'll be just fine. He's referring to last summer on Pickwick. What y'all got right now? Four little ones and a keeper. It is Cameron Gautney and Ty Cox. I don't know their boat number. I'll do a little researching. Cameron Gautney and Ty Cox. They are boat number 131. Fishing way back in the back of this creek. It gets really shallow. And they're both dragging at what appears to be a Carolina rig. I don't know if maybe there's some fish spawning all across this flat, maybe. But I noticed them back here in the very back when we were kind of at the mouth of this creek, and they were an odd distance off the bank from what everyone else we've covered today is fishing. Everyone else is just like really close to the bank. We wanted to come check it out and see what they had going on. And there was rumor that they had a really good practice. We sent 2 cameras in after him. We even brought the bird in. I got 2 questions. I'll leave y'all alone. This tournament hasn't started yet going how you wanted it to go, but June 14th is a date that probably both of y'all have got circled on the calendar. June 14th will be Pickwick. Both these guys, home lakes, they've won a bunch of money at a bunch of tournaments there. How's that tournament going to be?
It's going to be crowded.
Yeah?
Yeah.
So how much will live, I mean, I know y'all are probably used to it up there now, but probably the majority of people that don't go up there every weekend, they're thinking the same old ledge fishing, just like how it normally is. But how much has live scope changed that now?
Completely. I mean, that's pretty much all it is.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, there's not a lot of time necessarily ledge fishing. I mean, it's not the live scope. Live scope's how you got to catch them now.
Yeah.
Pressure's what killed it. I mean,
yeah.
You just can't go out there on a ledge and throw a Carolina rig and catch 30 fish in one spot like you used to.
Really?
Yeah.
So are the fish relating to some of the same stuff they used to, or they're just totally not even the same at all? Really?
I think there's a lot more, if you call them rollers, they're like single fish.
Yeah.
You know, like little pods, 3 or 4 fish. And that's what we'll have to do. We're both, what, hopefully like 221. So
at Pickwick y'all be?
So we ain't getting on the score fish,
yeah.
so we're going to have to do something different.
So will there still be schools of fish that are just big like they used to be, so somebody can pull up with a crankbait or a swimbait and catch them?
Yeah, but it's not like it used to be where you just pull up and you catch like 100 of them.
Yeah.
And there's not as many schools as there used to be.
Gotcha.
So like used to when you had, say from Bear Creek to the dam, there would be 60 schools there. There's probably 20.
Gotcha.
I mean, we graph places that
yeah.
They used to get on every year, and they ain't been on in 2 or 3 years.
Wow. So what do you think the weight will be? Will it still be giant weight?
Oh yeah, it'll take over 25.
Yeah.
I mean, there's probably gonna be a lot of 20s
yeah.
this whole year. I mean, it's just like 20 pounds.
Yeah.
It's just like the, I don't know, the way live scoping is, so it might take 30.
Yeah. It's like 20 pounds there is the new 15.
Yeah, it is.
All right, guys, we're going to get out of your hair, land this drone, and head on somewhere else. Good luck.
Appreciate it. I promise you, I will not be dragging a Senko with me. I've had all the Senko I want to do.
Well, you heard it there.
I think we're going to get out of here, too.
All righty. Well, you heard it there. The fishing. All right, well, we just had a little Pickwick preview. That's the June tournament to look forward to. We've got to finish this one up, go to the May event, and then we'll be headed on to Pickwick in June. And hey, for now, we're going to take her over to a commercial break, and we'll see you guys back here in just a few minutes.
The Alabama Bass Trail, brought to you by Halo Fishing, Net Bait, Bait Fuel, Snag Proof.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
we truly love the sport of fishing.
That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Here at Lanners McClarty Chevrolet, it's time to pick your offer on a new Chevy Silverado 1500. That's right, pick the offer that's best for you. Choose rates as low as 2.9% for 72 months, or how about up to $12,000 off all Silverados? They have the best selection in years with over 500 pre-owned vehicles available. Big store, big on savings, and big on customer service. Visit LannersMcClartyChevrolet.com.
At
At Southern Protection Agency, we're dedicated to providing top-notch security with a personal touch. Whether it's uniformed security, traffic control, or law enforcement services, we've got you covered. Contact us today for a free quote. Your safety is our priority.
Ooh, I love it.
Let's go. I think we should get some more.
Let's go. She got it good too. T-boned it.
Let's go.
I love it.
Cheers.
Let's go.
Jax believes the key to rising and shining is dining. So kick off your day with 2 pork chop biscuits for only $5.55. You'll be shining so bright you might be tempted to share them. Or not. We're Jax, and we're all about the South.
Third stop of the Alabama Bass Trail North. 69 degrees outside, 67-degree water temperature. Guys are fishing for largemouth and spotted bass 12 inches or longer here on the Coosa River. This is the third stop of the Alabama Bass Trail North Division. Points race after this starts shaping up, getting ready to go into that $100,000 no entry fee championship at Wheeler Lake later on this year. You know, one of the really cool things about the Alabama Bass Trail is that we pay over 113% of entry fees back to the anglers on the Alabama Bass Trail. One thing you never see in team tournament competition is a no entry fee championship. $50,000 first place on the line for the winners there, along with an $8,000 bonus if they're in a Phoenix boat, $1,000 if they have Garmin electronics and a Garland trolling motor, $2,000 if they are with AmFirst and have their boat and truck financed. Guys can walk away with $60,000 on a no entry fee championship, unheard of in team fishing. Look across the country and see if you can find that in any other team trail. Glad to have that in the state of Alabama. The Alabama Bass Trail stays committed to our anglers to always pay over 100% back to them on their entry fees. Looking forward to announcing the 2026 schedule on May the 2nd. That's going to be an exciting time for us entering our 13th season. Just a reminder, our series sold out in 7 minutes in 2024. Guys paid for this event back in August of 2024, and they're fishing it today. So we're excited to have them. A lot of longtime loyal anglers on the Alabama Bass Trail. About 45 new teams in the North Division this year. So it's good to see some of these new teams showing out on live this morning. Jason is on a team. We're going to go ahead and get out to him on the water. Jason, tell us who you're with.
We are with the Bill Mayo and the Walt Roberts. And got 4 in the box, guys. Bill, I feel like you know this place pretty well. I mean, you only live down the street, so if you're like anybody else, you don't fish here anywhere, so.
Yeah, I think Walt's questioned some of the places that we've actually ran. He just sits over there and holds on.
He's just fishing all new water today.
Yeah.
What are the fish doing today? Y'all got them figured out?
Well, we've actually caught one on a buzzbait, one on a street worm, a couple on a lizard, so yeah, we got it figured out. Yeah.
Typical Neely Henry, it sounds like.
Yeah, we saw a guy this morning, he had 2 rods. He's getting in the boat with 2 rods. That's figured out. We've got 15, 20.
Oh yeah, every rod in the box is on the deck.
Something different on all of them. So. Yeah, we don't weigh in till
like tonight.
Yeah, it'll be dark.
Late flight.
Yeah.
So we're hoping by the time we get down the lake,
Everybody's headed back.
Be coming back. We're gonna go for that afternoon bite.
Yeah.
We hope.
We did figure a little something out.
The Alabama Bass Trail is brought to you by Phoenix Boats, Landers McClarty Chevrolet, McGraw-Webb Chevrolet, and by Academy Sports and Outdoors.
We're still here with Bill Mayo and Walt Roberts. 4 fish in the box. Said they caught them on 4 different baits today, so kind of mixing it up. Got a late boat number, which means they'll weigh in one of the last flights today. Gonna make a run down the lake this afternoon. Felt like they got something going on down there. Let all those guys be headed back to weigh in, and they'll head down there and hopefully upgrade their catch, culling out what they got. You got this one in a fenced-in area.
I put this on, caught one first cast.
No way.
I caught one.
I don't think we've ever caught fish on camera. We caught catfish one time.
Yeah, y'all are the wrong ones.
Y'all may not catch them on camera, but y'all catch them to hold up at the end of the day, though. So. You think it'll break 20 pounds?
What's that?
You think it'll break 20 pounds?
Oh, yeah.
You think we're going to break 20 pounds?
The winners?
I think it'll take 20 pounds. I don't necessarily think we'll have it.
Yeah.
Unless Walt like really gets it in gear, you know.
Should have known when I caught one first cast.
I'll go right over and
Okay.
do something one more time. Good little spot.
these guys. Hit another little spot. When I say little spot, I think there's something they're going after in particular in that little spot.
I just ride. I don't even know where we're going. Wait till we get there.
But you got a great guide for sure. Bill Mayo, Rainbow City is his hometown, just right up the lake a little bit. Probably not far from where we're at, actually. Somebody's turning on the blower. This guy's gonna get his pressure washer out, it looks like. Springtime is here. I think there's a rule in this neighborhood, you can't paint your house the same color as anybody else. But it has to be a pastel.
Keep telling me I'm gonna catch one right here. I ain't caught one yet. I'm gonna try to get pictures as good as later.
See what I deal with all day?
Funny thing is, you actually get to pick your partner on this trail. You don't get forced to fish with somebody. Although Bill feels like he's forced to fish with somebody.
I guess we get along pretty good. I think this is our
12 years.
Not yet.
I mean, how can you argue with a guy like Bill? I mean, Walt, you and I probably could get into it, but you know.
The coarsest thing we ever say to each other is slow down.
Well, I mean, I feel like Bill could just put me in a headlock and just take me out at any point, so I'm not going to argue. Oh, okay.
It's all about technique. It ain't how big you are.
Oh.
Yeah, how fast you pull the trigger.
How fast I can run. Welcome back in the game, boys.
Yeah,
Glad to
food
be
was
back.
good,
We
dude.
finally
Me
found
and Luke
some
ran up
service.
here to Jack's, grabbed us a little number 4 with some range. Now we're back in the game.
Some of that comeback sauce.
I've been known to dip a few off in some comeback sauce now. Get you a handful. Can we show this on live?
Wayne Isaac and John Paul.
Cameraman Noah snagging some jerky bites. Ben's flying the drone, so he can't get any at the moment. He's good though. He's tough. Sorry about that, Luke. You were actually working and talking about something important.
That's fine, Darian. I did a snack update earlier. You can do one.
Mine is not near as good as yours, I can guarantee you that.
I'll be honest with you, we are out of snacks. We made short work of that bag.
Wow.
We have called it
I
Wayne
bought
Isaac
a pack of
and John Paul.
They got them.
And they're doing some dragging. And they got 3 fish in the boat. They've caught 2 since we've been here.
Well, I do appreciate the hard
Dragging a
work.
little bit. Got some Carolina rigging action going on. They said they were embarrassed to be on camera Carolina rigging there, just to be fair.
Thank y'all. Good luck, guys. Appreciate y'all today. Have a good one.
Hey, Cameron got me in tacos
Yeah.
for Carolina rigging too.
He just broke one off.
We got another drone shot possibly about to come in right here on the riff raft here in Gadsden. Luke's been known to spinnerbait a little riffraff every now and then.
Playing some blades and some riffraff. I've been known to do that on this lake.
Mm-hmm. Right where we're at right now too.
Most likely, yeah. What's the plan after this? Okay. They're not expecting big things. They're just trying to get a limit here. Trying to weed through some small ones to get a limit and go fish some grass. Rise it can fall. It is a little bit crowded today. The same story we hear from everybody we talk to. Said they want to go fish some grass, but it's hard to find a good patch of grass that's either hasn't been beat up on or there's not a boat sitting on when you decide to go fish it. And I think this lake comes down to, and being here over the years so many times, fishing tournaments and covering tournaments here, it does come down to timing. You might hit a stretch of grass that a big one just pulled up in after it's been fished 10 times and be able to catch that fish later in the day. You know, sometimes as anglers, you want that first shot at that stretch of grass in the morning. You think that's your best chance, but this place can be all about timing.
1,000,000%.
And the conditions are starting to change as far as it was slick calm for a long time, but now we're getting a little bit of breeze. And I think that'll help the bite. Especially around some of that shallower grass.
You definitely think so.
Kind of south
so. The timing thing on this lake is absolutely probably the most accurate statement of the day. Just because this grass, I mean, you pull up on a stretch that's your best stretch and you get 0 bites, you're like, well, dude, they move out of it and then come back. You know, if you're running down the lake, you fish some grass and come back on the way up and fish it, and you have 5 bites in the same stretch of grass, and it's like just a timing thing. The problem for me, Luke, was I just always, I knew it was a timing thing.
I heard the problem for you was, and then you've got so many problems I couldn't guess when your camera cut out.
Yeah, I was listing them, and honestly, the TV producers killed it because they said that he's got too many problems to list right here. I'm just gonna cut the whole thing off.
We ran out of data. Welcome back, Jason. We're listing Darian's problems.
Oh, well, that's another show. That's the Sunday show, not the Saturday show. Y'all on the wrong show. I got my first 5 fish limit, guys.
Oh, that's awesome. How much they got?
They got 5.
So,
148.
Buddy. How much weight do they have?
Shannon Thomas and Shane
By the
Kent.
way, if y'all are watching on Facebook Live, please comment below just something nice, because I need to go back to these comments and read them, because this crew gives me nothing but trouble the whole time. I'm over here wearing my life jacket like I'm supposed to, trying to cover this beautiful Phoenix, and we got these 2 knuckleheads over here just chatting away, talking about my problems and that I can't count to 5. And I was over here about to tell them about this music festival we got going on across the street. If anyone wanted to come watch weigh-ins and jump over to the music festival, you can do that.
Well, we got 5 for 12. How's that?
5 for 12.
I may get a check today.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that at all.
One of those 5 for 12s is a 7-pounder, by the way.
Oh, holy smokes!
I didn't want to hold that. I didn't want to hold that on you, so I just tell you that's how they got to 12. All the rest of them are, was that 1/4 pound? Can't do math, but it sounds right.
Well, I can tell you what, you get a 7-pounder on Neely Henry and a couple more to go with it, you're fitting to be sitting pretty at Coosa Landing this afternoon.
Yep.
Because those bites don't come very often around here.
Let's mark that down, but 148.
Well, guys,
Shannon Thomas
I will
and
make
Shane
a
Kent.
little bit of a run real quick.
John looks like he's going on point a lot. He's feeling like he's about to set the hook here. Said it a couple times since we've been here, and they actually broke a fish off. Also. Hooked up. Will it be number 4? 12-inch limit here. And put him on the board. Number 4. But one closer.
Upgrade a quarter of an inch.
Y'all have a pretty good practice?
We both accidentally checked this, and we both pulled up on here, you know, caught them pretty quick, but today it's not pretty quick. Thought we could have got in here, got 5, and been gone by now.
We caught up with Donnie Beck, Tony Harvey. They said they just got a bunch of little ones. He didn't even say they were no good. Yeah, very, very popular spot.
Darian, are you at Wilson Dam?
I'm at Wilson Dam, yeah. Yeah, I know it. It's the wind is blowing against the current and it's messing everybody's drifts up. Luke, and they were at the concrete, to be honest with you, too.
Today. Really?
No, it doesn't seem like it. Well, they're at the concrete of this bridge, and they were casting at the concrete when I pulled up, drifting the current, throwing out concrete.
Donnie and Tony, they need concrete around like a security blanket. They'll always be looking at some sort of concrete.
Yep.
And if I'd have won as much money throwing at concrete as those two have, I'd probably stare at it a lot too.
Oh, and Harley just went by too.
Hooked up, here we go. Looks like a better one. Oh man. Load up. It'll be number 5. Here we go.
Yeah.
Hey, let's go, boys. Y'all talking about squeakers? That's no squeaker. Nicely done. Is that a spot? Oh yeah, pretty spot. I'm just talking about they were catching small ones here. That's number 5. They've got a couple line burners. They said they might just stay just a little bit longer before this fish and try to finish out their limit. That's a really nice one for number 5. For Isaac and Paul. Maybe 4 more of those will bite real quick. That'd be nice. Yeah, no doubt. Those spots are so mean. Got some Carolina rigging, just a little offshore point, kind of a subtle point. So you can see by watching their rods, it's pretty rough. Seems like it's got some rock to it, but I can actually see bottom, not far from where they're throwing. You can see the line where the point kind of starts to taper off, and I wonder if some of these fish might be spawning some of these spots that they're fishing for on this point. Great way to catch them this time of year. And you see this a lot on the Coosa, offshore but shallow. Not exactly, you know, like Pickwick, you think offshore you might be fishing 25 feet of water. These guys are probably going in 5-6 feet of water and dragging it back to the boat.
There's been a lot of this today. We're hoping we bring y'all good luck with a 4-pound spot. I'm gonna just troll us down to this next boat and tuck in behind this bridge column so we can do our bait review. Because we've seen probably 5 or 6 of the boats today throwing some sort of a stick bait. So we'll talk about the Crush City one. Pig stick is what they're calling it. But for the viewers, the reason we're doing this is because the wind is blowing. We're on a major highway right here, so we got a lot of noise going on. Just give us. And again, if y'all just give, we're gonna get behind this bridge so we can get out of the wind, and then we're gonna do our Crush City bait review. we've got these guys have been fishing a lot slower than anybody else too. And I'm curious to hear what they've got going on. So we'll catch up with them in just a few minutes. We got a little bit of current going around this bridge column. Well, we do these at almost every single tournament, is a Crush City review of some sort. And at this one, my bait pick ended up being something that we saw a bunch today. So I just want to spend a little time and talk about this pig stick. So here's the Rapala Crush City Customs pig stick. This was the bait that I talked about in the very beginning, and that was my pick for the day because fish are gonna be up shallow, they're trying to spawn or they already have spawned. So a lot of people are gonna be throwing it on a wacky rig. We've actually seen it Carolina rigged today, we've seen it Texas rigged, and we've seen it on a wacky rig. One of the very first fish catches that we saw this morning was on it. The guys that were bed fishing back in the golf course area were catching a lot of their fish on a wacky rig. This one's really unique, and I'm actually gonna get in a little bit close and see if, Kenny, you can see the texture of it. A lot of companies make a stick bait like this, a Cinco style bait, but this one's got a lot of textures and like just bigger sections, ribbed sections, and that gives the bait a lot more action. That's one thing that I noticed. I fished with this a bunch yesterday. It has a ton of action, and it triggers a lot of bites. So especially, this one sinks a little bit more than a normal. It doesn't float really high. So when you fish it, you can really work your rod tip and really make that bait move a bunch. So it drew for me a lot of bites yesterday. And you know, it's just, like I said in the past, this one's designed by Jacob Wheeler. Jacob Wheeler knows a thing or two about catching fish. And Luke Duncan is actually in my ear right now, and he said it must be a daggum good bait if it draw bites for you. But that's the pig stick. It's a really good one. It's probably one of the least talked about baits that Crush City's got, just because the mooch minnow and the bronco bug and several other baits get a ton of attention. This one doesn't get as much, but it is an absolute fish catcher. So go check out Academy Sports and grab some pig sticks, because I think you're gonna, at least for the next month or two, catch a lot of fish on it. There you go. Crush City Customs, pig stick. Now we're gonna go over and cover these guys. And Luke was talking about this. Luke was talking about this earlier, just the timing of this lake, and pulling up on a grass stretch and not getting bites, but then they pull up on it later on. This bank is another one that's exactly the same, where this bank it's directly across from the ramp. So you got a lot of release fish here. The river itself is a little narrow here, so there's a lot of current through, and a lot of people fish this exact stretch.
Oh, God.
I mean, basically every tournament that's ever been had on this lake, a lot of people fish here. But this one's definitely another timing thing, where you can go down a stretch, all the way down it, have 0 bites, then work your way back up, or come back up and work down, and catch 10 fish in a row. They just totally turn on in different times. It's definitely a timing thing on this stretch too. That's why you always see a lot of guys fish this whole entire thing. They'll crank back up and run back up and drift back down again. I can't get their boat number. It's so loud. I don't know how much y'all can hear this wind noise and the road noise, but we'd have to be really close to them. But I do know Mike Hood. I know that. I guess I could search. See Mike Hood and figure out what boat number he has. For the viewers at home, I know you're thinking that we're really close to them. Why can't you just scream? But you can scream, but then it just turns into a screaming match. Boat number 61. Thank you, Miss Kay. Mike Hood from Winchester, Tennessee, and Rocco Samiri from Winchester, Tennessee. I'm gonna poke in a little bit closer, get an update, and then back off of them.
Darren, I caught up with Elliott Galt and Austin Swindle, one of the hottest teams in the ABT this year, between the 100s and the North. 10th place right now in the Angler of the Year race. And I like to give Elliott a hard time because they had a top 3 at Gunnersville in the ABT 100. And he told me on stage, hey, it was a horrible day, a bad day. And they had 27 pounds or whatever. And I said, well, buddy, if that's a bad day. But they had mechanical issues there at Gunnersville, broke down, and ended up landing on a really good bag of fish. Same thing happened at Gunnersville. Elliott was telling us in the North event, they still called him, and I give him a hard time, say, well, when you have a bad day, it tends to turn into a good day. Well, we just pulled up on them, and he says they're having that kind of day again. They're losing fish. He says that they had enough on this morning in their first 2 stops, and his exact words were, we should already be sitting at Buffalo Wild Wings there next to Pusillanim's. So they are very frustrated. You can't see this, Darren, but the folks at home can. Elliott does not have a hat on, and he said he also lost his favorite hat. So it's a little bit like Ricky Bobby when he got mauled by a cougar and ruined his Crystal Gale shirt. He's just having a really bad day.
You need to tell them to get it together. Tell them that Kay just said they need to get it together.
I'm going to let you do that. I'm going to let you do that because I really like these guys. It's my first time getting the cover. We try to chase them around. They're always moving and shaking. So Jared and I were just saying, we normally don't get to catch up with them, and you know what? As I say that, they're strapping it down. They're fixing to move on, so we're not going to get to cover them for very long.
Nice.
10th place on our Angler of the Year team, though, Swindle and Galt. Hoping to get it back on the tracks between now and the weigh-in.
Well, if you want to go chase them, you do that. I'm gonna. Guys, what y'all got so far? Yeah, good limit. Yeah. That's right. How was practice? Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of small ones. Yeah. We've heard several people today say there's a better afternoon bite. So that's also going to be, that's always an interesting thing after we end the live. Normally we end the lives around 11 o'clock. And several people today have said the after lunch bite is the best bite. So that makes weigh-ins interesting because a lot of times we'll see the same guys that we've talked to earlier and they have much bigger bags than what we saw them on, or saw them with earlier, and they said that, 1 o'clock the bite really picked up from 1 to 2 or whatever it is, so the bite window changes. That's one of the coolest things about doing live and then getting to watch the weigh-ins is seeing how guys can turn things around after that afternoon bite. those guys are rolling, so we got another boat right ahead of us. Actually, there's 2 more ahead of us, Kenny. Donnie Beck had to break off his shaky head. Y'all got him? What's y'all's boat number? 93? Boat number 93, so they got about 10 pounds. Yeah, I did. Yeah. I know, that's weird.
Found the wind. Where the source of the wind is the arm, Mr. Lee Pitts. Lee, can you turn the fan off for just a second, man?
Hey, it's been this way since February. Why not today?
What kind of weight we looking at?
You know, we had a limit early with some small fish. We're kind of kicking a couple of them out. We've got 2 good fish for Neely Henry, and then 1 3 3/4. Then we got 2 dinks we didn't.
Ah. Well, good deal.
I'm hoping one's pushing 6.
Yeah. Good deal, man. Folks at home, Lee Pitts has got the arm pushing 6. So that's a pretty good deal, dude. Upgrading on that. You know, Adding a third wind to this wouldn't be a bad deal, right?
Do what?
Adding a third wind here wouldn't be a bad deal, right?
Hey, we'll take it, man.
I think it was a couple years ago I pulled up on you, didn't have a fish at all that day, and we caught one right on camera right as we went off live.
I'm hoping this little stretch right here I can get a double gill. Like I said, I'm hoping that one is a little better than I got my 5 and 3 plus. So if we can get, we're fishing for 2 bites.
We were talking earlier how Neely Henry just changes day to day. This makes it so hard to fish here. Still hanging out here with Mr. Lee Pitts. Got one pushing 6. On his way to a good solid bag. 2-time winner here, looking to make it number 3. Swimming that jig through the grass right there. I mean, that tried and true is what Neely Henry is all about. Real slow presentation. Well, from Neely Henry Lake, Alabama Bass Trail North Division, we're going to take a little break. We're going to come back with the Bush Light wrap-up. Don't go far. We'll be right back.
The Alabama Bass Trail is sponsored by Rapala, VMC, Crush City, TH Marine.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
We truly love the sport of fishing.
that's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
I leave nothing to chance when it comes to hooks. They are the most critical part of the equation.
This is truly the best hook I've ever used.
Thinner, stronger, slicker, all the pluses that you really want in a hook. That red line right in the roof of her mouth, exactly where you want to get them.
When you have the opportunity to create something good, you might as well make this great, and I think that's what we did with the Red Line series of hooks.
In the relentless pursuit of domination on the water, one name stands above the rest. TH Marine's Atlas Jackplate. The power behind champions since 2007. The driving force that propels you to victory. More winners choose Atlas. For the fisherman who demands the best, Atlas delivers. Because every move counts. More winners choose Atlas.
It's the moment when everything is on the line and precision, power, and control make all the difference. A moment over 20 years in the making, anchored on loyalty, trust, and support that goes beyond all expectations. A relentless pursuit of perfection. All born from a revolutionary idea to help you rule the water. Power Pole.
Welcome to Minnow King. How can I help you?
Everything looks good. I'm friggin' starving, man. Been spawning all morning.
Ugh, TMI, bro. What do you want?
I'll take a Crush City freeloader and gizzard shad.
Anything to drink.
Water.
Pull ahead, please. Welcome to Minnow King.
We're gonna have what he's had.
Yeah, throw me in a net BLT too.
Pull ahead, please.
Calm down, quit feeding him so much.
Oh, yeah, man, I'm trying to, man.
If you overfeed him, he's gonna hide under a log.
Jack's here, and in the South, we know how hard it is waiting for bowl season to come round again. So we're kicking up our own bowl season. For a limited time, you can get our new loaded fried chicken bowl. It's a hearty heap of hand-breaded chicken fingers, crispy bacon, buttered corn, and mashed potatoes with white peppered gravy. Might not fill the football-shaped hole in your heart, but it'll sure fill your stomach. Get the loaded fried chicken bowl for a limited time. We're Jack's, and we're all about the South.
Welcome into the Bushlight wrap-up of Neely Henry, the third stop of the Alabama Bass Trail North Division. And this is why I call Neely Henry the kind of the equalizer, Luke. I mean, we've seen guys bed fishing, we've seen guys chasing a shad spawn, we've seen some guys out scoping. This lake is the equalizer. What have you seen today, and what do you think it's going to take the win this afternoon?
Well, I love that term equalizer for Neely Henry because we see that in the points a lot after this event. It's always a big shakeup, but you really can pick your poison, and that's kind of, you know, this time of year in general, right? In April, you got fish spawning, you got shad spawning, you got fish starting to move offshore, you got fish, you know, kind of in between. So really, we've seen a lot of that today. We've seen everything from Carolina rigging to swim jigging. That shad spawn this morning, though, did seem to be key for a few of the teams like Willis and Kiker. I know Mark McKegg, Tim Hurst, they were chasing that as well. They missed two big opportunities. Very few limits, though. We've covered a lot of teams, very few limits that we've encountered, but we expect a good weigh-in nonetheless this afternoon there at Coosa Landing. Jason, what have you seen today?
Luke, like you said, there are very few limits so far today. The teams that we talked to that had limits had something even better than a limit. They had a kicker. We had one team that had one, they said, now I didn't weigh it, they said they had one that weighed 7 pounds. Just stopped on Lee Pitts, and he says he has two good fish for Neely Henry, one of those being pushing 6. Two-time winner here. I think he knows what he's doing here. He's here all the time, Mr. Fish, Neely Henry himself. So he is really hoping to get it done. We got a lot of teams with a late flight that said we're going south later in the day, and then we're going to come back. So Luke, where you've been all morning, a lot of those teams are headed down there even this afternoon. So we'll see what happens at weigh-in this afternoon at 2:30. Darian, what do you got?
Man, I think just from hearing you talk about Lee Pitts and he's got all these big ones, like I honestly think that's going to be possibly could win. Also, looking at the tracker, you got a team that won last week with 24 pounds who's up where they want to be at that no other boats can probably get to, and they're going to be, if they weighed in 24 pounds last week, I think that's going to be a tough one too. So it's going to be a shootout between Brown and Diggs and those two guys. But like you said, a lot of fish shallow. We've seen wacky rigging, bed fishing, slow dragging, a lot of tiny fish get caught. Very interesting to see how weigh-in's going to go because people have been saying they've been catching females in practice. We haven't seen them today. So if someone catches the females they've been catching in practice, it could be an interesting weigh-ins.
All right, guys, there you have it. This is one of those lakes that it's a normal stop on the Alabama Bass Trail. We'll be here again next year. I'm not going to tell you when. You'll have to stay tuned for May 2nd when we release the 2026 Alabama Bass Trail schedule. I can give you a big surprise, though. The championship will be in the South Division for 2026. Not a big surprise, but we look forward to announcing the 2026 schedule May 2nd at 10 a.m. You can check it out on all of our social media channels. But before we get to that, we have a weigh-in this afternoon. 2:30 is what time the first flight's due in. You can tune in back here on Facebook, YouTube, and on AlabamaBassTrail.org to see all the action here on the third stop of the Alabama Bass Trail North Division. Thank you for tuning in, and we'll see you back here at 2:30.
This live coverage of the Alabama Bass Trail has been presented by AmFirst Credit Union and sponsored by Phoenix Boats, Landers McLarty Chevrolet, McGraw-Webb Chevrolet, Jack's, Garmin, Rapala, VMC, Crush City, Pro Guide Batteries, Mountain Dew, TH Marine, American Baitworks, and Sweet Home Alabama.